Book on Imperialism. Extracts. To my readers, this book is about a question classic in Marxism since Lenin, imperialism. Why this book? For a simple reason. We are living in the stage of imperialism, which is the last stage in the history, that is, the existence of capitalism. Even if we are struggling against imperialism alongside the working class, we are subject to imperialism. To defeat imperialism, we have to know imperialism. We have to know what distinguishes it from the other stages of capitalism. We have to have as precise an idea as possible of its specific characteristics and mechanisms. It is on this condition alone that the proletarian class struggle will be well conducted and can culminate in revolution, the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the construction of socialism on the long march that will bring us from capitalism to communism. But, it will be said, these things are well known. Under those conditions, why this book? These things are well known. Is that so very certain? True, we talk about imperialism and happily repeat Lenin's formulas about imperialist wars and acts of aggression, about the dividing up of the world, about the pillaging of the non-imperialist countries' riches, and so on. True, we supported the heroic struggle of Indochina's peoples against French imperialism and then American imperialism, both of which were militarily and politically defeated on the ground by an adversary smaller than they were and, above all, different from them. Look, however, at what happens. We have a natural tendency to identify imperialism with colonial or neo-colonialist conquest and aggression, with the pillaging and exploitation of the Third World. All that is indeed part of what imperialism has in its hunting bag. But are we aware that imperialism operates first and foremost in the metropolitan countries, at metropolitan workers' expense? That imperialism is first and foremost a domestic, and global, matter before it is a matter of foreign interventions? Things must therefore be clear. For Lenin, imperialism is capitalism's supreme stage, its ultimate, culminating stage, in an extremely precise sense. It is the last stage in the history, that is, the existence of capitalism. Afterwards it's all over, no more capitalism. Afterwards it's the proletarian revolution, the dictatorship of the proletariat, and the construction of socialism. Afterwards there begins the very long transition that should bring us from capitalism to communism, the construction of socialism, precisely, paving the way for the transition to communism. But beware. When Lenin says that imperialism is the last stage of capitalism and that afterwards it's all over, we must realize 1. That this last stage can last a long time. And 2. That afterwards we will find ourselves facing an alternative. Afterwards it is either socialism or barbarism. This phrase is taken from Marx and Engels. 1. It means that history does not tend naturally and automatically towards socialism, for history is not pursuing the realization of a goal, as all idealists believe. It means that if circumstances are favorable, that is, if the proletarian class struggle has been well conducted, if it is well conducted, then and then alone can the end of capitalism culminate in revolution and socialism, leading to communism by way of the long march of the transition. Otherwise, the end of capitalism can lead to barbarism. What is barbarism? Regression while remaining in place, stagnation while remaining in place, of a kind of which human history offers examples by the hundreds. Yes, our civilization can perish in place, not only without rising to a higher stage or sinking to a lower stage that has already existed, but in accumulating all the suffering of a childbirth that will not end, of a stillbirth that is not a delivery too, on the Marxists. Relation to Marx's work. What I would like to expound is, in the end, very simple. if we have a tendency to consider it very complicated or even complex, a word which, although it is all the rage in the party, only serves to foreclose all explanation when the subject is the least bit unsettling, that tendency is the effect of a cause which is itself very simple, at least in principle. It is not because Marx's explanations are complicated, nor is it because Marx, who had, on his own, to tear himself away from the enormous mass of bourgeois ideology pressing down on him, to take precautions by the thousands, to guard against dangers right and left and arm himself with every possible argument. No. For it has been more than 100 years since Marx wrote Capital. More than 100 years in which to read it, clear up the problems in it and correct its inevitable mistakes. Of all the scientists who founded a science, which one did not utter a few inanities in setting out on his giant's task, more than 100 years to understand it, quite simply. What use has been made, in this respect, understanding capital, of those 100 years? One that is, on careful consideration, strange, disconcerting, unprecedented and, in many respects, stupefying. For if capital's main teachings have plainly been integrated into the proletarian class struggle, into labor unions and proletarian parties, that is by far the most important thing. Politically speaking, we have to admit that our understanding of capital has made precious little progress. What did the Second International's great intellectuals, I do not just mean Kautsky, a non-negligible Marxist, see the agrarian question, 3 or Bernstein, who was open to challenge very early on, but even Mering 4, who wrote a life of Marx, 5 and Rosa Luxemburg, who must, however, be treated with special consideration, for, Lenin dixit, she was an eagle 6, what did these great intellectuals, generally academics with wide experience in reading, explaining and even producing commentaries on texts, make of capital? As far as reading goes, they read it, certainly better than anyone else, and in any case better than the Marxists of our generation. They read it, but they did not understand it. They fell short of the capital they read. Lenin had to tell us why they read it as Marxist academics. They did not read it from the standpoint of the proletariat's theoretical class positions. Hence, they read it from theoretical class positions that were, more or less, bourgeois. The only person to have read Capital, very young, and understood it, straight away, was Lenin. His early texts bear witness to this. He made no mistake about what he read. Right away, he grasped the class meaning of Marx's work and understood that, to understand Capital, one had to read it from class theoretical and political positions. Hence the extraordinary textual commentaries in Lenin's first essays, in which he forcibly brought to the populists and other romantic economists' attention the elementary truth that Marx is not political economy, but the critique of political economy, that is to say, above all, the critique of economism, because economism alone believes that political economy is political economy. Lenin, however, was not just the one reader truly faithful to Marx, the one reader of Capital truly faithful to Capital. He developed Marxist theory. He wrote in one of his early works, precisely, what the Friends of the People are, that Marxist theory has only laid the foundation stone of the science which socialists must develop in all directions. 7 Lenin was then thinking, he says so explicitly here, of the concrete analysis of each Western country, but he was also thinking further than that. And he proved what he said, not just in the field of the practice of the class struggle, where he put forward decisive new theses, but also in the field of theory, where he gave us very important philosophical theses, the decisive link, unequal development and so on, and in the field of historical materialism, where he gave us the theory of imperialism, if in very schematic form, on his own admission. Lenin himself, however, did not alter Marx in the least. In a passage of What is to be Done, I believe it is, he says he is in favor of revising Marxism, for every science has to be corrected, for every science is infinite and, consequently, must begin with necessarily imperfect formulas, which one must know how to correct as one goes along. And he cites Mehring, the man whose name I was trying to recall, as an example of a Marxist who corrected certain inaccurate affirmations of Marx's, probably affirmations about history. Point 8 Lenin says, Mehring was right to revise Marx, because he did so while taking all possible scientific precautions. To this, Lenin opposes Bernstein's Suter vision, which is merely a lapse into bourgeois ideology. Thus, Lenin recognized in principle, citing Mehring's example, that the science founded by Marx has necessarily to be corrected in order to pursue its life as a science. Otherwise, it would no longer be science, but a collection of formulas and recipes fallen from the rank of the sciences. Yet Lenin, who extended Marxist science with a theory of imperialism, never corrected a single formula of Marx's after declaring that it was inaccurate and in need of correction for such and such a reason. Is this entirely accurate? No. For we observe that Lenin felt free not to use certain philosophical formulas of Marx's in his own work. This was, no doubt, a way of judging them inappropriate, since he did not take them up. It was a criticism, if one likes, but a criticism that did not state its reasons, perhaps because Lenin considered them blindingly obvious. For example, the category of alienation, the pride and joy of our bourgeois Marxologists and even many communist Marxists today, a category still present in Capital, disappears completely in Lenin. Obviously, he does not need it in order to understand Capital. If, however, we leave this symptomatic silence aside, while noting that it is a silence that does not state its reasons, we have to admit that Lenin never criticized and corrected a single theoretical formula of Marx's. Lenin himself, who wrote that it was natural to rectify Marxism, even to revise it, on this or that mistaken, and necessarily mistaken, point, for, however great a genius he was, Marx was just a man, and a man who lays the foundations of a new science, caught up as he is in the ideology from which he has to free himself in order to found it, is highly likely to remain attached to certain erroneous or partial views. Lenin himself did not apply his own clear principle. He took Marx as he presented himself. He understood Marx admirably, but changed nothing essential in him. If he abandoned this or that philosophical category that seemed to him to be obviously superfluous or mistaken, Lenin corrected none of Marx's scientific concepts and none of the scientific results of Marx's scientific work. If Lenin did not allow himself this audacity, or, rather, for in this case we cannot speak of audacity, this simple right, let us even say duty towards the science founded by Marx, what shall we say of his successors? Gramsci alone, perhaps, sensed this necessity, and sensed that it was vitally important to rework some of Marx's findings. Rather than certain formulas of Marx's, however, he criticized his successors' formulas, philosophical formulas, for the most part. Engels, Bukharin's Manual, point 9. Yet, to my knowledge, Gramsci, who, like Lenin, ventured onto terrain poorly explored by Marx, in Gramsci's case, the field of the superstructure, did not correct Marx's scientific formulations themselves. Moreover, Gramsci's imprisonment denied him access to the major texts. This makes itself felt in his prison notebooks. Capital is practically absent in them, although, curiously, the preface to the contribution to the critique of critical economy recurs incessantly, as do the theses on Feuerbach. Thus, if Lenin and Gramsci refuse to perform this duty, what shall we say of Lenin's successors, Gramsci's contemporaries, or their present-day epigones? Of course, they, for their part, revise Marx and Capital and the labor theory of value and reject, like our Aaron, 10 the theory of surplus value and, generally, all the principles of historical materialism. Then, however, we find ourselves in the situation that Lenin discussed, as far as revision of Marxism and rigorous, incontestable scientific rectification of it on one or another point go, fine. But if that revision is an open or disguised, total or partial way of throwing Marxism overboard, then nothing more need be said. We have nothing in common with these gentlemen. And it's perfectly pointless to say anything more on the subject. Yet that is the stupefying situation we find ourselves facing. We have no end of revisions of Marxism that are so many liquidations of Marxism, serious revisions, subtle revisions, sentimental revisions, vulgar revisions and even crude revisions, revisions for every taste. But as for revisions of Marxism that would be so many scientific rectifications, precise, limited, to this or that concept, this or that question, argued, proven and incontestable, we quite simply don't have any. I repeat, we have developments of Marxism involving one or another object, for example, imperialism, by Lenin, one or another domain, for example, the superstructure, by Gramsci. These developments of Marxism are plainly enrichments of Marxist theory, no question about it. Nor is there any question of denying that these theoretical enrichments, for example, Lenin's theory of imperialism, have also had phenomenal practical consequences in the field of the conduct of the proletarian class struggle, and proletarian internationalism. These developments, however, can by no means be called scientific rectifications of Marx's formulations. Bourgeois critics spend their time saying that Marx was mistaken. That's their business and it's only to be expected. We might perhaps have an interest in occasionally lending an ear to what the most serious among them have to say, a critical ear, but let us not go into that. However, no Marxist has ever said that this or that scientific formula of Marx's was mistaken. No Marxist has ever shown that such and such a formula of Marx's was ambiguous and ought to be corrected and replaced with another. There we have the history of our relations with Marx's scientific work. Yet, at the same time, we assert that Marx founded a science and, in making the assertion, we affirm by the same token that, if Marx's theory is not a philosophy does not have to be corrected to live, but a science, it must, quite simply to live. As a science, be corrected on certain precise points. Thus we are advocates and representatives of a science to which, for 100 years and more, we have not rendered the elementary service of correcting the least of its concepts, the least of its formulations, the least of its inaugural arguments. A strange way to serve this science. This may help explain some of the scientific difficulties in which we find ourselves and some of the scientific obstacles we butt up against, to say nothing of the objections and replies in which we get entangled. To say nothing, as well, of the imaginary theories we invent to account for these dead ends. Imaginary theories? Let us say a few words about one of the most astonishing. To justify their theoretical, philosophical and scientific helplessness and also lend themselves the corresponding political good conscience, for everyone knows that when a Christian runs up against a serious difficulty in our three-dimensional space, he bails out by way of the fourth dimension, heaven. Similarly, when certain Marxists butt up against a theoretical difficulty in our wretched three-dimensional space, they bail out by way of the fourth dimension, politics. Certain Marxists, under the Second International, to begin with, and then under the Third, came up with the splendid idea that Marx's theory was a philosophy. Yet Marx and Engels had declared 100 times over that Capital was a scientific work. Lenin repeated this and explained it without the least ambiguity in what the friends of the people are. Marx had founded a science, a very special kind of science, to be sure, because it is revolutionary, but a science. Lenin explained that, like all sciences, it is experimental. That, like every experimental science, it is based on the repetition of phenomena, brings a system of abstract concepts into play and provides, through experimentation, objectively proven results that are incontestable, except for those who, for class reasons, do not care to see them. Point 11. Do you suppose that Marx's and Engels's insistent, oft-repeated declarations or Lenin's detailed explanations carried some weight? Not a bit of it. For once, people did not handle the classic texts with kid gloves, but purely and simply dismissed all these embarrassing positions as scientistic. Marx and Engels, the poor fellows, had obviously lived in a period of epistemological obscurantism, and affirmed, as simply as could be, that Marxist theory was at bottom of philosophy. There is already something of this in Labriola, who was a great thinker, or purely and simply philosophy, the thesis of Lukács, Korsch, Réveil and others. Do you suppose that this position has disappeared together with these big or little names? Not at all. It has been trimmed to fit our modernity, and people tell us and write in the most official texts, current even today, 20 years after the death of Stalin, who developed this formula, that historical materialism is an integral part of dialectical materialism. Either words are meaningless or else they mean the following: Marxist science is an integral part of the Marxist philosophy which bears the name dialectical materialism. What is a science which is an integral part of a philosophy, if not, in the best of cases, a department of philosophy? And what is a department, an integral part, hence a component of philosophy, if not philosophy? It has the appearance of a science, perhaps, but one unaware that it is philosophy. Since the same authorized authors simultaneously declare that the philosophy in question is scientific, they are very ill at ease when they have to think what difference there might be between a science that is an integral part of philosophy and the aforementioned scientific philosophy. For them, however, the problem is not to think what they say, it is to say what they think, even if they cannot think what they think. And they have to say what they say, precisely, in order to face up to the improbable situation that they accept as natural, the existence of a science that there can be no question of altering in the slightest. Above all, a science whose least little concept must not be corrected. A science that is kept sealed away in the books of the classics, embalmed like the corpse of poor Lenin, the Kremlin mausoleum's helpless prisoner. There you have an imaginary theory. Marxist theory is a philosophy. Historical materialism is an integral part of dialectical materialism. And here is what this imaginary theory is good for. If Marxist science is a philosophy, since a philosophy does not need to be rectified to live, there's no need to rectify Marxist science. Prohibition on rectifying Marxist science. Or rather, for each of the two explanations is simply the reverse side of the other. If we have been living for 100 years face to face with Marx and Capital without ever having altered, touché anything in them, or touched up, retouché anything in them, it is because there is nothing to touch up in a theory which, at bottom, is not a science, but a philosophy, or an integral part of Marxist philosophy. To this imaginary solution, there are others, which objectively fulfill the same function. We should, after all, oppose a real, verifiable explanation. Let us go right to the heart of matters. If we have maintained this strange, stupefying relationship to capital for 100 years, it is because of the class struggle. We need to come to an agreement about that struggle here. We are far too inclined, when we talk about it, to suppose that what is in question is the class struggle of the proletariat and its allies. Since we take part in its struggle and have a stake in its victory, this is only to be expected. But we are in danger of forgetting the bourgeois class struggle. Above all, we are in danger of forgetting that, except when the relation of forces is reversed. The bourgeoisie holds the overall initiative in the class struggle. In other words, the bourgeois class struggle is the more powerful. What is called the domination of the class in power is reflected in the preponderance of the bourgeois class struggle over the proletarian class struggle. The bourgeoisie wages its implacable class struggle by all available means, legal and illegal, in the economic base, production and exchange, dominated by forms of oppression tailored to the extortion of absolute and relative surplus value, and, at the same time, in the superstructure, by means of the repressive state apparatus and the various ideological state apparatuses, including the political apparatus, bourgeois democracy, but also the church, the school system, and so on. When we consider the bourgeois class struggle, we are too often inclined to evoke only the repressive state apparatus and bourgeois democracy's political system. We neglect the bourgeois class struggle in the economic base, whose terrible reality the workers know well as the bourgeois class struggle in ideology. Why these reminders? In order to explain that once the workers' movement had been fitted out with Marxist theory, it had other tasks than that of rectifying capital. It had, first of all, to defend itself against the bourgeoisie's redoubled assaults and the general reaction that followed the Paris Commune, and patiently to construct workers' parties. Once these parties had been constructed, however, once intellectuals of great value had been recruited, such as those of the Second International and Third International, once the intellectuals of the workers' movement who were the great leaders of these internationals had been theoretically trained, once intellectuals with unimpeachable academic training had been recruited, first under the Second International and then, after its treason, under the Third, and thereafter, how do we explain the fact that a task vital for Marxist science was constantly deferred, the task of going back to the beginnings of Marx's science, examining its concepts and formulas, and correcting them where needed? There is something like a mystery here, one I do not claim to have solved, but about which I would like to propose a partial hypothesis. I say partial, because it is hard, given the present state of the documentation and information at our disposal. This second deficiency is another astonishing fact. It is hard to say whether the partial cause I just evoked is not itself one effect of a more general political situation. That is why I say a mystery, and in this sense, in the sense of a reality all the reasons for which we cannot at present bring to light, not in the sense of a phenomenon which, by its nature, must remain forever impenetrable. I shall therefore say the following, a partial explanation. It seems to me that the relation of forces in the ideological class struggle was such that the intellectuals of the workers' movement, its leaders and others, were subjected, in their theoretical position, and profoundly subjected, even if it was despite themselves, to the influence of bourgeois ideology. This hypothesis is not idle chatter, it can be backed up by a number of substantial, impressive facts. To consider just this one aspect, Marx's most important scientific revolution in capital consists in the demonstration that to understand the laws governing the phenomena we call economic, we have to proceed by way of the absolute precondition of a radical critique of political economy, that is, of the bourgeois, idealist, abstract, eternitarian, short-sighted and, finally, mistaken conception of those phenomena, even when political economy put forward a few explanations that were accurate in their details. We must beware of these words, idealism, eternitarianism, abstraction and so on, which were used to describe, after Marx himself, who employed them, the bourgeois conception of the economy with which he broke. We must beware of these words when we utter them, for they are remarkably impoverished and any intelligent bourgeois economist can just as easily adopt them for his own purposes. Here we have, precisely, a case in which, even as we use Marx's words, we have to make them say something, completing them or, if one prefers, replacing them with others. for it is not enough to say that the bourgeois conception is idealist, eternitarian and the like in order to understand what Marx says. What Marx says is not the reverse side or negation or inversion of the bourgeois conception. Marx says something completely different, something that has nothing to do with the bourgeois conception. Marx criticizes political economy, the bourgeois conception of it, in order to say the following: to understand the phenomena that are called economic, he keeps the word, we have to understand them, first of all, as phenomena of the base, or infrastructure. But what is the base of a mode of production? It is the unity of the productive forces and the relations of production under the dominance of the relations of production. First consequence, economic phenomena are intelligible not in and of themselves, but by way of relations, the relations of production, which are ultimately class relations established around the possession and non-possession, la detention et la non-detention of the means of production. But to say class relations is to say class struggle. In a nutshell, this is what Marx says and what political economy finds utterly intolerable. The key to economic phenomena is the relations of production. But the relations of production are class relations, which bring on stage the capitalist class, which possesses the means of production, and the working class, which is deprived of them and sells its labor power, exploited by the capitalist class. From whatever angle we look at it, we come to the same conclusion: the class struggle is present in person at the very heart of economic phenomena. Whether we say that the relations of production are class relations because they bring on stage, with respect to the means of production, the two big classes of capitalist society, or whether we say that the capitalist relation of production is the relation of the sale of labor power, that is, the relation of exploitation of labor power, we find the classes again, the one that sells labor power and the one that buys it to exploit it. We find the two classes again and therefore their struggle. For there can be no classes without class struggle. There we have what one discovers in Marx when one goes beyond the formulas of the critique of political economy, idealism, eternitarianism and so on, the class struggle. Thanks to Marx, we can now say so as plainly as that. Marx said so, but he went into all the details of a technical demonstration, examining the material forms of existence of economic phenomena without neglecting any of their variations. In the aridity of part of Volume 2 and Volume 3 of Capital, some have lost sight of the thread of the argument. Others have lost their way in Capital's laborious and often infelicitous opening section. Bourgeois economists, however, have not been fooled, by and large, and have unleashed all the forces of their intelligence against Marx. Is there any need to recall that the counterattack was prepared in Marx's lifetime, and that Engels endeavored to contain the first assaults, those of marginalism and that of Walras and Company? Is there any need to recall that this counterattack, which sought to restore political economy in its purity, technicity, neutrality and marvelously psychological humanity, was coupled with other attacks in the fields of philosophy, history and politics? This vast offensive, this phenomenal offensive of the bourgeois ideological class struggle, waged in the publishing industry, the press and academia, and pursued by all the non-Marxist or anti-Marxist elements of a still poorly educated workers' movement, was probably not without influence on the intellectuals charged with defending Marxist theory, especially in view of the fact that a good many of them were then, and many more are today, marked by the bourgeois ideology doled out to them, in all neutrality and laicity, by the ideological state apparatus of the school system and the university. If this hypothesis is even partially right, it can shed light on what must be termed the form of defense that Marx's theoretical work has taken for the last 100 years. A defense during a retreat, and retreat for a number of the Second International's theorists, who had read Capital, yet, all too often, had proposed an economistic interpretation of it. It is not that they had gone back over to bourgeois economy or bourgeois economism, with an ingenuity worthy of a better cause. They defended economistic positions in Marxism, by neglecting, for example, to say that the unity of the productive forces and relations of production takes place under the dominance of the relations of production. By saying, for example, that the economy depends on the relations of production, while failing to emphasize that the relations of production were class relations, or that there is no class without class struggle and so on. Other theorists, whom we have come to know since then, confined themselves to a subdued and reiterate defense of Marx's theoretical works. They drew attention to their existence, when required, in essays which they published and sold, and they let slip no opportunity to say that Marx had spoken the truth, citing him at length but as a guarantee. For the rest, they did not lift their little finger to correct a single one of Marx's formulas, any more than their predecessors had. And if someone ventured to do so, they were immediately on their guard. To be sure, they were not in danger of revising Marx the way Bernstein did. Others saw to that, in another mode. There is, however, no relying on them to correct Marx where he is mistaken or where his terms are ambiguous or where his formulas are not the best, as Lenin agreed that we should. It is not a question of individuals here, of course, although the individuals exist. It is a question, rather, of a historical state of affairs. Nevertheless, what history can explain, history can also undo. And we have doubtless arrived at a day in which the development of the class struggle, that of the proletariat plus the oppressed peoples, has, in the crisis of imperialism, attained a level such that what was only recently, if not impossible and unthinkable, then at least difficult, is becoming possible and necessary. The proof is the simple fact that we can pose this question publicly and openly at the heart of a communist party, and pose it while suggesting elements of an answer, even if they are only provisional, because they will have to be rectified. It remains to see what will be made of this now open possibility. What is a mode of production? For the theory of the revolution and the transition to communism, the crucial point is that the socialist mode of production does not exist. 12.1. The socialist mode of production does not exist. 2. The capitalist mode of production exists and the communist mode of production exists. 3. Lenin A. never talks about the socialist mode of production, but B. talks about socialism, which is not a mode of production, as the transition between the capitalist mode of production and the communist mode of production. C. He defines this transition, this socialist socioeconomic formation, as the contradictory coexistence of the capitalist mode of production and the communist mode of production, thus as the coexistence of capitalist elements and communist elements, of elements of the communist mode of production and of the capitalist mode of production. 4. Hence the question, when does communism begin to exist, understood as elements, or seeds, but seeds in the sense of seeds capable of producing elements? 13. Answer, from the moment the capitalist mode of production exists. This answer is, however, too generic, and is abstract. Yet it means, a thesis defended by Marx, that the capitalist mode of production contains the seeds of the communist mode of production in its own contradictions from the moment it comes into existence. More precisely, we can say that communism exists, begins to exist in a real sense, with the earliest developments of the workers' class struggle. Look at what Marx says in the manuscripts about the French workers: society is no longer a means to an end, but a need. 14. Look at everything Marx says about the disintegration of capitalist forms of the family, religion and so on. 15. The capitalist mode of production, which emerges on and from the decay of pre-capitalist modes of production, not just feudal, but other modes of production as well, and not just where there is no feudalism. For example, the Asiatic mode of production, the lineage-based mode of production, 16 or the vestiges of the slave-based mode of production, itself decays from the moment it emerges, for a simple reason, the antagonism of the capitalist relation of production. This antagonism exists from the origin on and, from the origin on, produces effects of decomposition because of its antagonism, class struggle, which affects the forms of existence of the capitalist mode of production, division of labor, organization of labor, the family and other ideological state apparatuses. The history of capitalism must be regarded as a process that is contradictory from its beginnings, because of the antagonistic nature of the capitalist relation of production. On the one hand, it creates its own forms and, at the same time, these very forms start decaying. On the one hand, it strengthens its own forms. Consider how much time it needed to put the scholastic ideological state apparatus in place, or bourgeois democracy, or a task-based division of labor, or the labor unions intended to divide the working class, or its world hegemony based on colonial and neo-colonialist exploitation. Yet, at the same time, these same forms are weakened under the impact of the class struggle. The family disintegrates, the school system as well, religion as well. The state apparatus seizes up, and the economy, despite the post-1929 controls, runs faster than the state apparatus. It has always run faster. But the paradox is that, having discovered, after 1929, the means of remedying crises, imperialism, after avoiding the spectacular, abrupt, catastrophic forms of the 1929 crisis, went into a crisis that is insoluble because it is controlled by the financial apparatus of so-called state monopoly capitalism. 5. The forms in which communist elements appear in capitalist society itself are countless. Marx himself names a whole series of them, from forms of children's education combining work and schooling 17 to the new relations reigning in proletarian organizations, 18 the proletarian family, 19 the proletarian community of life and struggle, 20 joint stock companies, 21 workers' cooperatives, 22 and so on, to say nothing of the socialization of production, which poses all sorts of problems. Yet should also be noted 23 all these elements, which have multiplied in the past few years, especially since 1968. CLIP 24 The proletarian inventions in the class struggle. They have shown that the workers could do without bosses. SGWI 25 will not by itself lead to communism. Better, they are not all communist elements. They are elements for communism. Communism will adopt them, combine them, perfect them and develop their potentiality, virtualites, integrating them into the revolution in the relations of production which commands everything and is still absent from our world. Communism, however, will not come about by itself. It has to be built at the end of a long march, one stage of which is called socialism, which is not a mode of production. 6. Whence the question, how shall we define a mode of production? In the mistaken thesis that socialism is a mode of production, there lies concealed the idea that every historical socio-economic formation, since it exists, functions on the basis of a mode of production that is specific to it, original and definable. This idea is completely mistaken. As a function of this mistaken idea, it is said that socialism is a mode of production whose relations of production, in the plural, are constituted by 1. Collective ownership of the means of production, collective ownership equals state ownership, and 2. Working class state power. Thus by 2 relations. Marx, however, never defined a mode of production by 2 relations, 1. A relation of ownership of the means of production, varying on the infrastructure, and 2. A relation of power, varying on the superstructure. He defined it by one and only one relation, the relation of production, the relation specific to production, hence a relation internal to the infrastructure. And Marx never defined the relation of production as an individual or collective relation of ownership of the means of production. He defined it as an antagonistic and thus double relation of the possession and non-possession of the means of production. 7. Marx's position is clear. A. There are not as many modes of production as there are historically existing social formations. B. The number of social formations that have existed historically is extremely high. It is a great deal higher than the number of social formations that we know of thanks to the traces and monuments they have left behind, because a considerable number of social formations that have existed in history have disappeared, many of them without a trace. C. The number of modes of production that have been identified to date is extremely limited. According to Marx, we know of 1. The different forms of primitive community, of which there exist transformed forms, like the one that can be called, for convenience, the lineage-based mode of production in Africa. 2. The so-called Asiatic mode of production. 3. The slave-based mode of production. 4. The feudal mode of production. 5. The capitalist mode of production, and 6. The communist mode of production, which does not yet exist anywhere in the world, although we have very serious reasons for thinking that it will someday. 8. There is a glaring contradiction between the extremely high number of social formations that have existed or exist and the extremely limited number of modes of production recognized as such by Marx. Thus it is not enough for a social formation to exist for a mode of production of its own to correspond automatically to it. This may be the case. A capitalist social formation realizes a mode of production of its own, the capitalist mode of production. This may not be the case. To a socialist social formation, there does not correspond a mode of production that would be called socialist. The reason is simple. A social formation can fall between two stools, can be in transition between two modes of production, without having its own, exclusive mode of production, its personal mode of production, as it were. It can participate in two modes of production, the one it is in the process of casting off and the one it is in the process of constructing. When you travel from Paris to Marseille, you do not reside, throughout your trip, in a city called the Mistral. The Mistral is, precisely, a train that takes you from Paris to Marseille. The Mistral is aptly named. 26. It whistles like the wind, and the wind has never been a city or resided in a city. We must, in fact, go much further. Any social formation whatsoever is in transit or in transition or on a voyage in history. Even a capitalist social formation is in transition, even a social formation that truly possesses its own mode of production, authenticated, identified, guaranteed, all its own, such as a capitalist social formation. A capitalist social formation, in our part of the world, Western Europe, comes from feudalism and still bears within it powerful elements of the feudal mode of production, ground rent, independent petty producers, above all peasants, but also artisans, the people employed in mercantile production, as the phrase goes, and already, as we have seen, elements of communism. We must not, however, exaggerate about transit and transition. For, in the case of a capitalist society, it is, after all, its mode of production that is dominant, the capitalist mode of production, and that is why we can say, because of this dominance, that a capitalist social formation realizes the capitalist mode of production. even if we know that it realizes it at the price of dragging elements of the feudal mode of production along with it and of secreting in itself elements of the future communist mode of production. The fact is that it is dominated by the capitalist mode of production. We must refer to the capitalist mode of production in order to understand what goes on in it. 9. But then the question arises again, what is a mode of production? How shall we define it to avoid falling into the trap of postulating a plurality of fictive modes of production to correspond to each social formation? What objective criterion shall we provide to make it possible to define really existing modes of production while ruling out the fabrication of imaginary modes of production? Let us examine the classic theses. There are several definitions in Marx, no one straightforward definition that stands by itself, yet one discerns the definitions in the way the terms are used. Marx never provided a true, concise, well thought out definition of the mode of production. However, he often uses the term in contexts that stand as the equivalent of a definition. It is not surprising that the question had him going round in circles, given the extraordinary novelty of what he was saying. Not surprising that he felt no need to pin down his thought in a definition, not that he did not like definitions, as Engels claims, 27. For if Marx did not like definitions, or had trouble making them, I'll be hanged after having read the first section of Capital. Volume 1.28. The fact is that Marx gives no cut and dry definition. However, he uses the term in very many different contexts that stand as the equivalent of a definition, or of definitions. For he proposes several. Collected and condensed, they can be encapsulated in two definitions. A mode of production is the way of producing, in a technical sense. This refers to the labor process, in which production is considered abstractly, as mobilizing the object of labor, the means of labor and the agents of labor. Abstractly, that is to say, abstracting from the relations of production. When we abstract from the relations of production, when we consider production as a labor process alone, what is left? The productive forces. We then have an abstract conception of the mode of production, equals technical, economistic and so on. But beware. Since Marx does not content himself with this definition, which he needs in order to think the labor process, we cannot shirk the task of thinking the labor process. Since Marx gives this definition, but completes it with a second definition, he does not lapse into technicism or economism for a single second. That should be made very clear. 29b. The mode of production is the way of producing, in the social sense. This no longer refers to the labor process, the mobilization of the productive forces, but to the whole process of production and reproduction. The way of producing thus no longer has anything to do with the way of combining and ordering, agents or the different elements of the productive forces in the labor process. It has everything to do with the way of distributing the means of production and agents of production, labor power, and reproduction in the overall process of production and reproduction. What then defines the mode of production is no longer just the productive forces, but the unity of the productive forces and the relations of production under the dominance of the relations of production. 30. This first definition will offend delicate sensibilities, as it must, for it puts the relations of production in the forefront, whereas a number of Marxists and even communists hold, as good materialists, that we have to put the productive forces in the forefront. And it is quite true that the first man acquired, after thousands, if not millions of years, the right to what we call history only by regulating their relations with nature, producing tools, inventing cattle rearing and agriculture, iron and bronze and so on. We have not progressed far enough to know what the driving force behind the development of these rudimentary and, later, elementary productive forces was. For the societies that Marx discusses, however, there is no ambiguity. The materialist determination that Marx invokes was never that of the productive forces, except in the imagination of all the economistic Marxists, who had an interest in the matter, but that of the base, the infrastructure, that is, the unity of the productive forces and relations of production. Towards the end of the introduction to the Contribution, 31, Marx says that we should very carefully think the unity of, and difference between, the two at the same time, but that it is their unity that is more important. And, at the practical level, Marx always conceived this material unity, determinant in the last instance, as the unity of the productive forces and relations of production under the dominance of the relations of production. In other words, primacy of the relations of production over the unity productive forces relations of production. This comes down to the manifesto's thesis, I am taking a shortcut, that the class struggle is the driving force, limiter of history, Engels adds, in a note, since classes have existed, which brings us back to our question about the beginnings of human civilization. 32 May. We proceed? If so, the question becomes, what are, in a class society and, by extension, in the classless society for which we are fighting and also in the classless societies that we know in a few parts of the world, the relations of production? Let us discuss only class societies for now. Otherwise, our definitions will become extremely complicated. The relations of production are, according to the well-known, unfortunately, much too well-known, formula of Marx's preface to A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, definite, inevitable relations, independent of men's will, into which men enter, eingehen on the occasion of the social production of their existence. 33 I am not going to discuss this formula, or the translation of it, 34, which once had its merits, but also has the drawback of being a fixed star in the firmament of our theoretical references, as the one carefully considered formula that Marx has given us. I shall go straight to the facts of the matter, to what we can say after having read Capital and Lenin. It is true that the relations of production establish themselves on the occasion of production, which is social, but also on the occasion of reproduction. Better, they do not establish themselves on the occasion of production. They establish themselves in production. What does they establish themselves mean? The word is accurate, they establish themselves all by themselves, without asking anyone's opinion, by virtue of a necessity that has something to do with what Marx calls correspondence with the degree of development of the forces of production, 35, but nothing to do with the mechanistic functionalism that this infelicitous concept of correspondence brings with it, nor with the pseudo-obviousness of the degree of development of the forces of production. Otherwise, since the USA's productive forces are superior to the USSR's and since its productivity is 6 times greater, one wonders why the relations of production in the USA have missed their correspondence. 36, unless the USA is surreptitiously laying the foundations of communism without first going through socialism, which would be in the style of that American practical-mindedness that Lenin made so much of. Not only do the relations of production establish themselves in production, since they govern it, we must say, rather, that production and reproduction are in the relations of production. These little words, in, are always troublesome when we fail to control them. Let us therefore say, to take up our first formulation again, that the relations of production are the determinant element in the ensemble of the processes of production and reproduction, since all social reproduction implies the unity of the forces of production, relations of production under the dominance of the relations of production. The question arises again, what are the relations of production? One says, always the same old song, relations into which men enter. No. They do not enter into them the way one enters a restaurant or a political party. Men are taken in, praise them, and they are taken in them insofar as they are parties to them, parties prenans, 37, but not on the same level. They are parties to them only because they are first. First means fundamentally it is not a question of time, taken in them, are obliged to submit to them. First point. Men? You and me, and John, Dick and Harry? Here we must briefly pause to ask, but to what end do they have to submit to them? When you have to submit to something, it's always for a reason. You submit to military service because of the law and the police. You submit on the operating table because of your appendicitis. But in the case to hand? The fact is that men have to submit to the relations of production. This presupposes, Marx says as much, that it is not a question of will, freedom, a contract, a project or the like, in relation to, if I may put it that way, the means of production. Point 38. The relations of production are distinguished by the fact that 1. They are not relations between men alone, but, like quite a few of the relations we know involving men, relations between men with respect to things, the things called means of production, precisely. Relations between men with respect to the relations of these men to these things, the means of production. 39 and 2. Since these are relations between men with respect to the things known as means of production, they are neither relations between men nor relations between certain men, as we shall see. Relations between men with respect to the means of production. Not, however, just any relations. This little world is very precise, rigorous, implacable. Here is how it works. There are the means of production, in existence at time t. There are men. And, among the men, there are two categories, two classes, those who possess the means of production and the others, who possess nothing at all or possess only their labor power. That is the situation in the capitalist mode of production. If, however, we wish to take not just the capitalist mode of production into consideration, but also the feudal mode of production, Asiatic mode of production and slave-based mode of production, we have to go further. 10. In that case, to take up a short, brilliant sentence of Marx's N. Capital Volume 3, which says about the state that the whole of its secret resides in the relationship between the direct producers and the means of production, 40, we may say roughly the following: the relations of production are defined by the relationship existing, on the one hand, between the direct producers, those who actually produce, the direct agents of the labor process, those who have no one beneath them, those who get their hands dirty and transfer matter, and, on the other hand, the means of production labor power. These comprise the productive forces too. The product, hence by the relationship between the direct producers on the one hand and the productive forces and product on the other. 41. We have to introduce this distinction in on the other hand in order to account for the known modes of production. Thus, in the capitalist mode of production, we know that the direct producers do not possess the means of production, but we believe that they possess their labor power, since they cede it to those who possess the means of production, the capitalists, in exchange for wages. Marx, however, has done enough to show that this legal exchange, sanctioned by a contract freely accepted by the parties to it, les parties prenans, like any other contract, hence accepted by the workers as well, is a swindle. Capital's wage earners, as a class, do not possess their labor power, it belongs in advance to capital, which reproduces it in order to exploit it on an extended scale. This is the law of population characteristic of the capitalist mode of production, one of Marx's discoveries. Point 42. Possessing neither the means of production nor their labor power, the direct producers do not possess the product of the production whose agents they are. However, since the form of non-possession of labor power in the capitalist regime is the contract bearing on the sale of labor power, and since this form of non-possession differs from other forms that we shall examine, it is correct to say that the capitalist relation of production is the wage relation equals the relation of non-possession of the means of production, and labor power equals the relation of the separation of labor power from the means of production, and so on. In the feudal mode of production, things happen in much the same way, but with certain differences. The serf possesses his means of production, thus he appears to be an independent petty producer. This category is characteristic of the feudal mode of production and applies to serfs as well as urban artisans, but this possession is the form in which non-possession appears. The serf, to confine our attention to him, possesses neither his means of production, the lord's eminent domain, as feudal law states the matter, nor his labor power. The lord consents to let him use it to produce what he needs to survive and to reproduce himself, but 1. The lord levies tributes on the products, and 2. He uses labor power for himself, on his fields, which the serf cultivates for nothing, and also for corvies. That is another question, which we shall leave aside. Under these conditions, the serf does not possess the product, he keeps only that portion of it which the lord leaves for him. Let us note, however, that labor power forms part of the means of production. In other words, the productive forces are compulsorily bound to their base in the land. The serf cannot leave the land to which he belongs. He is possessed by the means of production that are apparently his. This is a form of non-possession, hence of dependency, which differs from capitalist non-possession in that there is no labor contract and no wage relation. The labor contract and the wage relation make sense only on the basis of an economy in which commodity relations have become dominant. And that is not the case in the feudal mode of production. The relation of production of the feudal mode of production can, accordingly, be characterized as follows: non-possession of the means of production and of labor power by the direct producers in the form of apparent possession of the means of production, the independent petty producer, accompanied by non-possession of labor power and of the product. In the case of the slave-based mode of production, what is conspicuous is the radical non-possession of labor power. The slave is bought and sold and reproduced like livestock. Non-possession of the means of production and of the product. When commodity relations are sufficiently developed in the slave-based mode of production, the slave can become an object of commercial transactions, he has a price. Commodity relations, however, bypass him, as it were, as they bypassed the slave-based mode of production. We should not be fooled by the existence of commodity relations in pre-capitalist modes of production. They are always, like Epicure's gods, in society's pores, or on its surface, as Marx puts it. They do not penetrate the infrastructure and they do not affect the relation of production. 43 Although the slave has a price and is bought and sold on the slave market, the relation of production of the slave-holding mode of production is not a commodity relation like the relation of production of the capitalist mode of production. As for the Asiatic mode of production, which Marx thought it indispensable to identify and call to his readers' attention, 44 Although the research currently in progress has not produced absolutely definitive results, it seems that we can say the following. In the Asiatic mode of production, the direct producers work in communal fashion. They possess their means of production and their labor power, but not their product, most of which is levied by the caste that runs the state and carries out major construction projects or wages war and so on. To provide a uniform account of the different cases identified by Marx, the different known modes of production, therefore, we have had to mobilize the following double table: means of production, the productive forces, the direct producers, labor power, the product. If we had left the case of the Asiatic mode of production aside, we could have left the product out of account and brought the productive forces alone into play. It may be preferable to do so, for we do not know with certainty whether we should consider the Asiatic mode of production to be a mode of production of class societies. If we do leave the Asiatic mode of production aside, we have 1. Slave-based mode of production. The relation of production of the slave-based mode of production is absolute non-possession of their labor power by the direct producers. From this there follow the absolute non-possession of the means of production and the absolute non-possession of the product. This condition of exploitation defines a class, the slaves. At the same time, it defines another class, the slaveholders, who possess simultaneously the direct producer's labor power, the means of production and the product. These two classes are antagonistic. 2. Feudal mode of production. The relation of production of the feudal mode of production is the direct producer's relative non-possession of their labor power in a form that is not a commodity form, but natural, or supposedly natural, combined with the direct producer's relative non-possession of the means of production, again in a form that is said to be natural, that is, a non-commodity form. The consequence is relative non-possession of the product. This condition of exploitation defines a class. The serfs, artisans, as Marx showed, are constructed on the same model. Here commodity relations are non-determinate in feudalism's heyday. At the same time, it defines another class, the serfs' lords and masters, who possess, relatively, the serfs' labor power and, eminently, their means of production. They draw their revenue from the product, supposedly in compensation for the services that they render the serfs, by protecting them from invasions by other lords, who only overrun the poor peasants' lands because they are lords whose business is with other lords and their serfs, hence in order to increase their own revenues. This reciprocal banditry is baptized protection of the poor peasants by those who exploit them and, in defending them against competing lords, merely defend their own exploited human livestock. They divert the better part of the product for their own gain. These classes are antagonistic. 3. Capitalist mode of production. The relation of production of the capitalist mode of production is the direct producer's absolute non-possession of the means of production and relative non-possession of their labor power. This relative non-possession of labor power takes the form of a commodity relation, wages. This condition defines a class, the proletarians. At the same time, it defines another class, the capitalists. These two classes are antagonistic. At the end of this rapid analysis, we may say the following. 1. In the course of our exposition, we have eliminated, perhaps even unawares, the initial expression, the one Marx uses in the Contribution, and, of course, earlier in the German ideology, the poverty of philosophy and other texts, and even most of the texts in Capital, the relations of production. We have replaced it with another expression, the relation of production. Why this substitution? Because our experience has shown that we had no need at all for the plural and that the singular was perfectly sufficient. As confirmation, it should be noted that Marx himself uses the singular in the recently translated unpublished chapter of Capital. 45. Apparently, our experience was the same as his. Is this a matter of detail? Yes and no. Yes, because the plural can serve when we have to show the diversity of the effects that the relation of production of a mode of production can have, all the more so in that, to a certain extent, the effects of the relation of production of a mode of production comprise other relations, which are, to be sure, not the relation of production. They can be relations of circulation, distribution or exchange, political, ideological, legal relations and so on, but are nonetheless relations. It is enough to say so, however, to see right away the confusion into which the expression relations of production in the plural can plunge the reader. For while these other relations, which depend on the relation of production, are plainly relations, they are not relations of production. If one imagines that they are, one can make very serious mistakes. For example, one can suppose that the relations of production are property relations, that is, legal relations. But legal relations, property relations in particular, are not relations of production. On this point, despite all the accumulated inanities, we have to re-establish the truth of Marx's texts. Marx never said that the relations of production were property relations in the legal sense of the term property. Even if he may occasionally have let the word slip, there are enough passages in which he spells out what he thinks to rule out all ambiguity. Thus it is that, beginning with the contribution, if it is read closely, Marx distinguishes Bessett's de facto possession from agentum, de jure property. It is clear that, beginning with the contribution, a text that is, moreover, still in search of its theoretical moorings, Marx holds that the capitalist relation of production has to do with Bessett's de facto possession and non-possession, not with agentum, legal, de jure property, property to which title is held. Another counter-example, I could adduce a great many, but shall limit myself to talk about relations of production in the plural and about social relations of production to boot, as if there existed non-social relations in the matter that Marx discusses. Is to grant oneself a splendidly convenient plural, after all. Once one has shown one's colors, announcing this solemn, programmatic plural with great fanfare, nothing is easier than to beef it up, either by stuffing everything that comes one's way into the relations of production, social relations, if you please, or by nursing the firm impression that, come what may, one is on the right track. For example, it is in the name of this marvelously facile solution that one exempts oneself from the obligation to become personally acquainted with the other relations, those which are not of production, relations of circulation, distribution, consumption. Now how about that, in our good old consumer society? Which of our worthy Marxists has ever taken it into his head that there exist relations of consumption, and that they vary with the different modes of production, together with legal relations? Now how about that? Why have Marxists left the theory of law undeveloped since poor Paschalnus, 46, who is doubtless not satisfied with being dead, as everyone knows, since communists come to spit on his tomb in the name of their notion of the Marxist theory of law, more precisely, because they need to assure themselves that that theory has already been forged, or that there is no reason for it to exist, or that it comes under the relations of production. 47. And also political relations and ideological relations. Now how about that? Why has the Marxist theory of the superstructure been at a standstill for years, to the point that all that was said, after all, by Gramsci, who did concern himself with it, has practically remained a dead letter? I shall not insist. The phrase "the relations of production" has sheltered, under its plural, not just very grave illogicalities, the idea that the relations of production are legal relations, property relations, but also, how to put it so as not to hurt anyone's feelings, all the casual complicities of the Marxist understanding of the world. Hence the interest of the singular, the relation of production. 2. Second remark. It is clear, after what has been said about the direct producers and their relation to the productive forces, means of production, labor power, that everything is played out, wholly, exclusively, in the infrastructure. Better, in that part of the infrastructure known as production. Is there any need to repeat that the infrastructure also includes circulation, exchange, distribution and consumption? That is one more reason to stick to our singular. For our good pluralist friends ask for nothing better than a chance to explain to us that the relations of production are a complex business. And, under the cover provided by this contraband adjective, they fob whatever they like off on us in order to flesh out these meager relations of production somewhat, to fatten them up with relations of circulation and exchange, monetary relations and legal relations, that is, the political and ideological relations. They have in their heads the last named relations with no relation to reality. Conclusion: we shall make no concessions on this singular. It is a point of non-return, for it is an anchor point of Marx's materialism and an anchor point of the class struggle as well. 3. As we have seen, each relation of production in each mode of production defines two classes, two antagonistic classes. Here we can at last settle the much vexed question of men. Everyone knows this old song. The relations of production are relations between men. Since someone happens to have pointed out that these relations between men are not human relations. 2 are not intersubjective. 3 are not just relations between men, inasmuch as things, the means of production, are at stake. And 4 are therefore, above all, relations and so on. 48.1 says today, Lucien Servet, that although they are not interhuman relations, they are nonetheless relations between men. 49 OK. The old song continues. We even know Marx's old song. In the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter, Eingen, says the translation published by Editions Socials, into, 50 necessary relations. If men enter into relations, it must be that they were outside to begin with, hence men like you and me who, one fine day, take the step. Voluntarily? Not necessarily. They can be forced to. When you are forced to do something, you are no less a man for that. Marx's truth is as follows. I leave to one side interpretation of the famous sentence from the Contribution. The relations of production are not relations between certain men, or between men, but relations between classes. Or, to stick to our singular, which is decisive in this matter too, the relation of production, in the singular, is not a relation. Do you see how the plural works here too? Men is in the plural, is it not? What could be more natural than to put the relations of production in the plural to match it? Between men or certain men who exist prior to it, it is a relation between classes that are defined and constituted by the relation of production itself. For, in comparison with men, the classes at least have the advantage of leaving no doubt about the fact that they do not exist prior to the relation of production. One should reread Marx if one does not know this, for it means that one has failed to understand one of the most important things he has given us. For, after all, the idea that the social classes are made up of men, that the relations of production are relations between men and so on is quite simply the return of classical bourgeois ideology, whose first great theorist, and the master of all of political economy, was Locke, according to Marx. 51 in Marxism. 52 It is the way bourgeois ideology imagines social classes and the class struggle. Remember that Marx himself said, solemnly, that it wasn't he, but bourgeois thinkers who discovered the social classes and the struggle of the classes. 53 Before the Marxist theory of classes, there was, and still is, and it is dominant, and weighs terribly on the communists themselves, a bourgeois theory of classes and the class struggle. This bourgeois theory of classes has it that classes are made up of men, that men enter into relations of production and, transformed by their meat grinder, leave them in the form of classes. First men, then relations of production, then classes, then class struggle. That is the bourgeois conception. The bourgeois theory of classes and of bourgeois ideologues are in favor of the plural. Social relations. When bourgeois theorists, spurred on by the little squabbles that opposed the two rival exploiting classes, feudal and bourgeois, take theoretical audacity to the point of recognizing classes and the struggle of the classes, that is how things happen. First men, of course. Come now. Then the social relations between men. There we have the whole history of the theory of human society put forward by natural law philosophy. Then social classes, born of the violation of morality and law, or of the thirst for gold and so on, a perversion, but what can you do? And then the upshot of the whole affair, the struggle of the classes. One has to be aware that they never stop singing this old song to us in one variant or another. When silence reigns, this tune continues to ring in our ears. We have grown up in it and it holds us fast at the gut level, like all the other themes of bourgeois ideology. Marx had radically to sever himself from it to become Marx. Are we sufficiently aware of the fact that it continues and that many Marxists do not realize that they are chanting even Marx's formulas, including this or that early, still shaky formula, to the tune of this bourgeois song? Are we sufficiently aware of the fact that we still have to, and will always have to, tear ourselves away from this old song that bears down on us with all the weight of the bourgeoisie and its economic, political and ideological class struggle? But are we aware that the bourgeoisie wages the class struggle? I am convinced that there are communists, yes, communists, for whom only the working class wages the class struggle, against the bourgeoisie, of course. But the bourgeoisie is capitalism and capitalism is a despicable regime standing in its place like an immense edifice which must be demolished, to be sure, and which defends itself, to be sure, but which is a sort of thing, a mountain that must be moved, from which riot police and speeches come now and then. Yet the idea that the bourgeoisie spends its time attacking, that this system is nothing but a system of class struggle, that all this holds together thanks to the bourgeois class struggle alone, that from the start and forever thereafter, the bourgeoisie has edified its reign by means of class struggle, its own class struggle, that it continues to do so, and that, for the time being, its class struggle is the more powerful, which is why we have not overturned it yet. Even certain communists are not aware of all this. They have not understood the ultimate, that is, the first consequences of the manifesto's formula. The class struggle is the driving force of history, history is the history of class struggle. Thus there is nothing surprising about the fact that the bourgeois class struggle achieves this result, that certain communists believe it is enough to repeat Marx's words, saying that there are first men, then relations of production, that sounds good and Marxist, then classes, then the struggle of the classes. In order to be Marxists. When communists say that, the bourgeoisie has won, and it triumphs discreetly, you know. Unlike others, it contents itself with its victory. It feels no need to issue communiques, like some of our little organizations that survive only by publishing communiques that are not even about the victories they have won, since they only have defeats, dissolutions and arrests to chew on, but are about their failures, proclaimed victories in their communiques. Point 5. These little organizations, unlike the bourgeoisie, are eloquent in defeat. However, when the bourgeoisie succeeds in passing off its old song about the classes or social relations again, it knows it's a good investment. The results always prove it. We'll have to resign ourselves to it, then. The relation of production that defines a mode of production is a relation between classes, very precisely, between the classes that this relation constitutes. still more precisely, between the antagonistic classes that it constitutes, in class social formations, of course, not in classless societies. The case of classless societies, or, rather, classless social formations, does not present any problems. The relation of production defining them is always identical to the relation between the direct producers and the productive forces, means of production, labor power. Obviously, for there to be no classes, this relation must be a relation of the direct producers' possession of the means of production and their own labor power. From the moment that this relation is a relation of possession, rather than being, as in all class social formations, a relation of absolute or relative non-possession in this or that form, a natural form or a commodity form, there are no more classes since it is non-possession. Which divides the classes into classes, I intentionally write, which divides the classes into classes, not men into classes, for the latter expression is meaningless, whereas the former expression plainly says what it means. The division into antagonistic classes is identical to the constitution of the classes. The question one can ask is the following: just as there exist different forms of non-possession, we have reviewed them, so it is a very good wager that there exist different forms of possession. To put things clearly, different forms of organization of the communal or communist relation of production in classless social formations. The fact that Marx and Engels took so great an interest in primitive societies and primitive communism shows that they had a presentiment that there exist both common grounds and possible variations, of which history offered them examples. And these examples from the past were not without interest for the future. It is not a question of reviving the myth of a primitive communism supposed to serve as a model for the communism to come, of nostalgically reviving the communal forms of so-called primitive societies. The historical facts at least proved, however, that classless societies had existed, that a classless society can exist. This is crucial, for, inasmuch as the communist mode of production does not exist, how can one talk about it, given that Marx, a rigorous disciple of Spinoza's on this point as on so many others, talks only about what exists? The answer is that Marx can talk about it because 1. Classless societies have existed. 2. The tendential development of the antagonism that haunts the capitalist mode of production, the class struggle in capitalism, prepares the advent of a classless society. 3. This classless society will be the reality of a mode of production defined by its relation of production, which will be the possession of the productive forces by the direct producers. And 4. This communal possession will have to do without any commodity relations at all, since commodity relations are historically bound up with all the class societies and since the relation of production has become a commodity relation in the capitalist mode of production. That is about all that one can say, together with a certain number of things about all the consequences bearing on the forms of the division of labor, a byproduct of non-possession. We will have to discover the rest in constructing it. 11.55 The consequences of what has just been said are plain as far as the non-existence of the socialist mode of production is concerned. Before coming to them, however, I would like to say a word or two about the concept of mercantile production, the mercantile mode of production and the independent petty producer. These are decisive points. A specter or, rather, a phantom has been haunting the Marxist world for a long time now, and even since Capital, which has been poorly read and poorly understood, or sometimes too well read to be understood, the phantom of the independent petty producer, which drags another phantom in its wake, that of mercantile production, which drags another phantom in its wake, that of the mercantile mode of production. In sum, a whole train of phantoms. Let us take a rather close look at this impressive procession. To do so, let us begin at the end, by exorcising the pseudo-concept of the mercantile mode of production. There is no mercantile mode of production. Rather, there would be one if bourgeois ideology had arrived at the concept of the mode of production in bourgeois ideology. Since bourgeois ideology, however, will not be troubled by one Marxist concept more or less, since it is altogether inclined to assimilate even the concept of the mode of production, let us not hesitate to say that the mercantile mode of production or the mode of mercantile production well and truly exists, and exists in bourgeois ideology, for it exists only there. Better, it should be added that the mode of mercantile production is, for bourgeois ideology, the one and only existing mode of production, in the strong sense of the word existing, that is, the only one that deserves to exist, for it is in conformity with nature, with the nature of things and with human nature, which, as natures, are bedfellows in the big natural bed of the mode of mercantile production. Let us observe, as discreetly as possible, how things happen there. What does the nature of things want and what does human nature want? It wants man to cultivate the land. It wants him to fence it round, Locke, Rousseau, Smith, and to produce enough to live on it, enough for himself, his winsome wife and his enchanting children. Man is by nature a petty producer who cultivates nature, and nature amply rewards his efforts, producing, as a result of his labor, enough to feed him and his little family. For the family is as natural as all the rest, is it not? But what happens? For man is such and such an individual, Pierre, Jean, Jacques. He tranquilly cultivates his plot in his neck of the woods. Alongside him is another Jean, Pierre or Paul who does the same thing. For, after all, the human race is made up of individuals, that is its nature, is it not? All these folks work, but as their imaginations do too, Pierre says to himself one fine day, but if I were to come to an agreement with my neighbor Paul to give him my surplus apples in exchange for his surplus pears? Since the imagination is, as everyone knows, contagious, the contagious communications of strong imaginations, Malebranche, 56. This discovery spreads like wildfire, and soon all our independent petty producers with families set about becoming traders, that is, merchants. One more step in the imagination and they invent money for us, which, as everybody knows, is made, by nature, to facilitate exchange, and, with that, trade gets underway. Our independent petty producers with families have become petty mercantile, mark-hands producers, since the market is the natural consequence of the existence of merchants, mark-hands, how powerful nature can be. They bring their surplus production, whatever they don't consume themselves, to market. Nothing but what is natural in all this. Nature produces everything, the producer who produces to satisfy his natural needs, including the natural needs of the woman whom he has taken to wife to satisfy his natural needs, and those of the children whom she has borne him, that is, whom he has begotten upon her to satisfy the human race's natural need to reproduce itself. The surplus yielded by a healthy natural activity rewarded by nature. The idea of trading surpluses, which satisfies a natural need. And the market which emerges naturally from the existence of petty producers who trade their surpluses. Presto! The mercantile mode of production, independent petty producers producing in order to sell part of what they produce. Taking one more step, one can imagine that, naturally, and above all after naturally shifting from agriculture to the production of manufactured objects once they have become artisans, these worthies naturally go to work producing exclusively in order to sell. You're not, after all, going to take it into your heads that a petty producer of shoes sells only the surplus of the shoes he has made, the ones he doesn't need. For everyone knows that the most poorly shod shoemaker, even if he is well shod, keeps just 1 pair a year for himself and 3 for the wife and kids, all the rest going to market. He produces in order to sell. Thus it is that the capitalist is born. He is, at the outset, an independent petty producer who, thanks to his labor and his merits and his moral virtues, has succeeded in producing enough to sell, enough to buy a few more tools, just what it takes to employ a few unfortunates who don't have anything to eat. Because there's no room left on earth, which is round, that is, finite, limited, as Kant magnificently puts it, 57, and because they weren't able to become independent petty producers, he renders them the magnanimous service of giving them wages in exchange for their work. What generosity! But generosity too is in human nature. The fact that all this goes sour later, that the wage workers have the bad grace to find that the workday is too long and that their wages are too short, is also in human nature, which has its bad sides, just as it is in human nature that certain capitalistic independent petty producers take unfair advantage, evil sorts that they are, of their wage workers, or, still worse, play tricks in their fashion, dirty tricks, on the other independent petty producers whom they regard, just imagine, as their competitors and treat mercilessly on the market. These things ought not to exist, but there are not only good people in this world, one has to bear the cross of human wickedness or thoughtlessness. For if they only knew, they would know what we have just said, that there exists one natural mode of production and just one, the mercantile mode of production, constituted by independent petty producers with families, who produce in order to sell either their surplus or everything they produce, working alone with their little family or employing wretches without house or home whom they provide, out of love for their fellow man, with the bread of a wage, thus becoming, quite naturally, capitalists, who can get bigger, if the God of Calvin, who rewards good works, bestows that grace on them. Thus it is that the mercantile mode of production, or the mode of mercantile production, based on the existence of independent petty producers who started out as subsistence farmers but were naturally destined to become merchants, part-time and then full-time merchants, and then merchants relying on wage-based, capitalist, production, is, for bourgeois ideology, the only mode of production there is. There is no other. The others are just deviations or aberrations, conceived on the basis of this one and only mode, aberrations due to the fact that the Enlightenment had not penetrated people's minds with its self-evident truths in these times of darkness and obscurantism. This explains the scandalous horror of slavery. People did not know at the time that all men are free, equals have a right to human nature, equals can be independent petty producers. This explains the horror of feudalism. People did not know at the time that the feudal independent petty producer, the serf, was capable of leaving his land, taking up residence elsewhere and trading his products for other products, like every man on earth, instead of remaining confined to the horrid closed circle of bare subsistence, merely attenuated by that other horror, the corvée for the Lord and tithe for the church. If the mercantile mode of production is, for bourgeois ideology, the only mode of production in the world, all others being simply aberrations or deviations from it, the reason is that it fulfills the function of founding the capitalist mode of production as the only mode of production in the world. For what is the capitalist mode of production? We continue to assume here that bourgeois ideology has consented to use the concept of mode of production, something it can perfectly well do. It has done all sorts of other things. The capitalist mode of production is just the mercantile mode of production in its developed form, its naturally developed form. The mercantile mode of production serves to found the capitalist mode of production in bourgeois ideology, inasmuch as bourgeois ideology thinks the capitalist mode of production by way of the founding categories of the mercantile mode of production. Since the mercantile mode of production is perfectly mythical, an invention of the ideological imaginary, and since the act of foundation depends on the same imaginary, we have, on the one hand, the fact of the existence of the capitalist mode of production, which is terribly real, and, on the other, its theory, its essence, furnished us by the mythical, founding construction of the mercantile mode of production. The result of this act of imaginary foundation is as follows. 1. The capitalist mode of production, which exists, is the only one that can exist, the only one that exists, the only one that has a right to existence. The fact that it has not always existed, and even that must be qualified, for when we look into the matter in detail, we always find this reality, which is natural, everywhere, independent petty producers, or that it has not always visibly existed, obscured as it was by horrid realities. This is merely an accident of history. It should have existed from all eternity and, thank God, it exists today, having carried the day against obscurantism, and we may be sure that nature having finally vanquished non-nature, light having finally triumphed over darkness, nature and light, that is, the capitalist mode of production, can be sure of existing for all eternity. It has finally been recognized. 2. This guarantee having been obtained at last, the essence having at last attained to existence, we can, at last, understand everything. If we want to understand what the capitalist mode of production is, it is enough to go have a look at its origin, that is, its essence, the mercantile mode of production. We will find men, the independent petty producers, their families and all the tra-la-la. 3. We have at last arrived at existence, and since what has arrived at existence is the essence, we have everything we need, existence, murmuring with satisfaction, and the essence that allows us to understand it. That way everyone is happy. That way, in other words, bourgeois ideology has reached its goal, representing the capitalist mode of production as the development of an imaginary mercantile mode of production, and the genesis of the capitalist mode of production as the result of the work of deserving independent petty producers who became capitalists only because they really deserved to. It remains only to strike up the universal anthem of humanity's gratitude to free enterprise. 58. This is what interests us about the matter. For this system of notions has weighed very heavily indeed on Marxist theory, and with good reason. All classical political economy is saturated with it, is merely a learned commentary on it. It has effects in Marx himself, although he had everything he needed to guard himself against these dangers, but above all in the Marxists whom even Marx is not sufficient to protect against this contagion, when they do not read him, obviously, but even when they do. It is, however, necessary to form a clear idea of these pseudo-difficulties. And it is rather easy to do so. When Marx talks about mercantile production, this term by no means implies the existence of a pseudo-mode of mercantile production. What is mercantile production? It is that part of production which is either marketed, commercialized as a surplus, or produced to be marketed. No less, but no more. In all modes of production in which mercantile relations exist, there is mercantile production. For it is not possible for mercantile relations, market relations, to exist unless there is production that is exchanged for the general equivalent, money, on the market. This production is called mercantile production because it proceeds by way of the mercantile relations of mercantile circulation. And that is all. However, as I had already said, mercantile production can be represented by the surplus of non-mercantile production, or, on the contrary, can result from purely mercantile production, production carried out to be sold. Production of the latter sort can be localized in a mode of production, This holds for all pre-capitalist modes of production in which mercantile relations exist, that is, can exist in its pores. As Marx says 59, it can, on the contrary, be generalized, as it is in the capitalist mode of production. That, however, changes nothing about this business. In no case, not even in the capitalist mode of production, does mercantile production stem from a supposed mercantile mode of production. I think this is now clear enough. No. What is apparently more complicated is the question of the independent petty producers, on which all the bourgeois ideology of society, history and political economy rests. It is all the more complicated in that Marx often talks about independent petty producers, in terms that are not always clear. It must even be admitted that Marx did not entirely manage to rid himself, in all of his texts, I say in all of his texts because, in many texts, he did manage to, of the idea that the independent petty producer is in some sense a natural reality. Marx thereby endorses, willy-nilly, an essential category of bourgeois ideology, the category of nature, which is quite simply intended to found existing fact in its origin in right, origin de droit. Nature is that which possesses right, droit, and this is why all natural law, droit natural jurists talk, precisely, about natural law. Nature is what is rightful, de droit, a notion that brooks no appeal in a period in which right is the highest bourgeois authority over the bourgeois fact of the capitalist relation of production. Similarly, the monogamous family, wife and children, seems natural as a unit of production and consumption. Similarly, it seems natural that the independent petty producer should live in a monogamous family, begin to trade his surplus and, if he is meritorious enough to have accumulated the wherewithal to employ wage workers, become a capitalist. He is the homo individuum, economicus in originary form. However, it is not just bourgeois ideology which impresses Marx, it is also something completely different, the real existence of independent petty producers, roughly corresponding to the figure of the independent petty producer as presented by bourgeois ideology, throughout a lengthy period running from the late Middle Ages to the contemporary period. These independent petty producers are the ones who were expropriated during the sinister history of primitive accumulation. 60 They are the ones we find again, paradoxically, in certain Western countries such as France, whereas they were decimated in Great Britain, and, in our own day, we still find them in France, the owners of family farms. An attempt is underway to establish them in underdeveloped countries in order to accelerate these countries' development, Africa, and so on. 61 They are the ones who were eliminated by the collectivization of the land in the USSR under Stalin and so on. In short, a reality that resists. To take just this one example, when Marx lambastes the bourgeois theory of the origin of capitalism, in the independent petty producer, opposing his theory of primitive accumulation to it, he encounters, precisely, independent petty producers not as the origin of capitalism, but as that which capitalism had to do away with in order to establish itself on the ruins of the feudal mode of production. 62 So, plainly, independent petty producers really exist. And if that is not related to a so-called mercantile mode of production, what is it? If the reader here recalls what was said of the feudal mode of production, I believe I can advance the hypothesis that, at least in the case of the capitalist Europe that emerged from feudalism, the independent petty producer, far from being, as bourgeois ideology believes, the originary form of the capitalist mode of production, is an organic form of the feudal mode of production. For the independent petty producer, assisted by his family, a unit of production and a unit of consumption, possesses his means of production and his labor power. We have seen that, in the feudal mode of production, he possesses them relatively. This is equivalent to relative non-possession, because the land to which he is bound is in the Lord's eminent domain, and because his labor power does not really belong to him, since, first, it is bound to the land, which the serf cannot leave, and since, second, it is at the Lord's disposal, work on the Lord's land, corvees and so on. Under the feudal mode of production, these features are visible and pertinent enough to make further explanation superfluous. When, however, this form of the feudal relation of production survives under other conditions, maintaining itself even under the conditions of the capitalist mode of production, one hesitates to identify it as typical of the feudal relation of production. For it does in fact exist under another mode of production that has now become dominant, and this alters some of its features. It will be objected that the same holds for ground rent. Something in this comparison is on the mark. I believe, however, that we can defend the idea that the form of independent petty production is not as deeply penetrated by the capitalist relation of production as ground rent is. For if the petty producer is no longer legally bound to his land the way the serf was, he is bound to it practically. He is bound to it by laws other than those of serfdom, his debts and so on, but the fact is that there are no migrations of peasant petty producers. They remain on their land, it holds them fast. Of course, the petty producer is no longer subject to the corvée and disposes freely of his labor power, but he is bound by ties that are just as strong, those of an indebtedness which he never manages to overcome and so on. That, however, is not the most important point. What subsists intact from the feudal mode of production is not just the fact of bare self-sufficiency, which is quite secondary here, but the relation of the direct producer known as the independent petty producer to his own labor power and that of his family. And this relation, right in the middle of the capitalist regime, in which wage labor reigns supreme, is a relation that does not involve commodity relations. All reconstructions undertaken by bourgeois or Marxist economists for the purpose of assessing the value of the labor power invested in a family farm are fictive reconstructions that simply neglect the fact that this labor power is a use value which is not an exchange value and, therefore, has no value. All attempts at quantification stumble over this little problem, which is in fact the index of a crucial reality, namely, that the independent petty producer, far from being the prototype of a capitalist, far from being a capitalist, is a foreign body in the capitalist mode of production, quite simply because he represents a form inherited from the feudal mode of production that has resisted history and evolution. This is a point that cannot be emphasized too strongly. For the idea that the independent petty producer is virtually a capitalist, a little one can become a big one, and the big one will be a capitalist, and the, still graver, idea that nothing is more natural than the independent petty producer, these ideas are so deeply rooted among our everyday self-evident truths, they are so closely bound up with centuries of bourgeois ideology, that we must at all costs analyze and explain them in order to unmask them as bourgeois myths, as the bourgeois myth par excellence. It isn't true. Independent petty production, in the case of peasants and artisans alike, has nothing natural about it, no more than does the monogamous family that serves as its base and furnishes it with its workforce. It is the result of a process constituted at an identifiable time in our French history. Namely, under the feudal mode of production. It isn't true, independent petty production, even if certain petty producers, after becoming big ones, are transformed into capitalists, has nothing to do with capitalist forms of production and is not latently, virtuellement capitalistic. I said that, for us, the independent petty producer harks back to the feudal mode of production. At least for us in Western Europe and, at any rate, in England and France as well as in Italy. Why this reservation? because we cannot rule out the possibility that the form independent petty producer can exist on the basis of modes of production other than the feudal mode of production, in Greece and Rome, for example, hence in the slave-based mode of production. In these cases, however, one would have to know, this is beyond my competency, the specific conditions of existence of these forms, which history has at all events eradicated, for, to the best of my knowledge, these independent petty producers disappeared, in their Roman form, in the face of the big slaveholders with big land holdings, to be resurrected in the form of serfs under medieval feudalism. The important point therefore seems to me to be the following. There exists a form that may be termed independent petty production, understood in the sense we have defined, the independent petty producer with his family, using his labor power and that of his family to mobilize his means of production, with partial non-possession or partial possession. There is nothing natural about this form. What is more, every expression in which the term natural figures should be struck from theoretical existence. Nothing is less natural, for example, than the economy which is said to be natural. Nothing is less natural than such and such a form of kinship relations, hence of family relations. This form can exist in different modes of production, doubtless with variations in its features, which call for study, but with constant elements as well. When this form exists in a mode of production, it is either characteristic of that mode of production, as in the feudal mode of production, or it is atypical for that mode of production and harks back to the form characteristic of another mode of production, for example, the form independent petty production in the capitalist mode of production, or, again, it is a secondary form, a subform, a transformed form of the mode of production under consideration. This may be the case in the slave-based mode of production in Greece and Rome. In this last case, see whether it is not a product of mercantile relations, one of the products of mercantile relations. Since this form is not natural, it cannot be arbitrarily imposed on an existing mode of production to facilitate or accelerate its development. Here an incredible number of problems and difficulties converge. They are, unfortunately, not just theoretical, but political and historical as well. Consider Marx's experience, Marx's double experience. He wrote on India and predicted that the development of capitalism there would lead to the disintegration of Hindu society, imposing classic capitalist forms on it. The petty Hindu peasant was going to become an independent petty producer, commodity relations would impose this. 63 Then, 10 years later, Marx admitted that he had been mistaken and that the existing relations of production in India had shown an amazing capacity to resist the new forms. 64 Strange. What new forms? In any case, India has pursued its history, which presents the little disadvantage of not adhering to the evolutionary scheme of the natural succession of the obligatory modes of production. Might this mean that there exist forms that refuse to fall into line? Marx, however, wrote at the end of his life, to Vera Zeslik, about the mirror in order to consider the possibility that other forms, other than independent petty production, supposedly imposed by the capitalist mode of production, could be envisaged for the transition to socialism. The natural Russian peasant community would do just as well, under certain conditions. In any case, this is a question it would be a mistake to neglect. 65 Did Lenin and the Bolsheviks neglect it? The fact is that, for obvious political reasons, they had to proclaim that the land was to be divided up, the land to the tiller. The land to the tiller, by all means. But does this mean that it had to be divided up? Was it necessary, in other words, to create a multitude of tens of millions of independent petty producers? The history of the Russian Revolution is too chaotic for us to be able to understand it clearly already. Yet the fact is that, amid the dire poverty that followed the war, and during the War of Foreign Intervention and the Civil War, the unfortunate peasants, lacking tools for production and, perhaps, the training required to engage in individual production of this kind, had, for various reasons, to resort to selling their plots to bigger peasants, who grew proportionally still bigger and came to constitute the stratum of the kulaks. We should ask ourselves whether Lenin, although he had drawn interesting conclusions about the development of capitalism in Russia, in the countryside, from the statistics of the Zemstvos, 66 did not generalize his conclusions too hastily, neglecting that which was not capitalistic in the countryside, and also assuming rather too hastily, because he was extrapolating from conclusions that Kautsky had drawn from Marx, the agrarian question, 67 that the order of Western succession was mandatory in all countries, thus underestimating the non-capitalistic elements. If this extremely hazardous hypothesis has some truth to it, we would find, here, a whiff of the evolutionism that accompanies the natural bourgeois theory of the mercantile mode of production and the independent petty producer as latently, virtuellement capitalistic. If we go to the heart of the question, we shall be forced to ask ourselves whether the Marxist theory of both capitalist ground rent and the agrarian question has not too quickly aligned the countryside with the cities, and the normal course of agrarian development with the normal course of urban development. Yet Marx, in a merely elusive way, it is true. But this is a thesis altogether essential to Marxism, had clearly said and shown that the opposition or difference between town and country, which communism must abolish, is an organic feature of the capitalist mode of production, and that the capitalist mode of production irremediably accentuates this difference. 68. If words mean something, what does that mean? It means that there is a basic inequality in development between the cities and the countryside from the viewpoint of the capitalist mode of production, as a function of the capitalist relation of production. But, if so, why this lag and what are its effects? Productivity is higher in the cities, industry. Yet the capitalist mode of production originated in the countryside. The enclosures and, in France, the physiocrats. What are we to conclude? What, if not the continued existence, in the countryside, of feudal forms that have resisted better than in the cities, as they resisted in India? But if the forms of the feudal mode of production subsist more easily and are better capable of resisting in the countryside than in the city, the question, again, is why? This is a question that merits very serious attention. It can shed light on what we said above. Every social formation is in transit between two modes of production, with elements of the preceding mode, from which we may derive the idea that we must, each time, look very closely at what happens in a social formation of a given mode of production and abandon the notion that that mode of production is realized in pure form in the social formation. This is a political question of the very first importance, since it commands the measures to be taken in the countryside, and elsewhere, but above all in the countryside, the black spot in the policy of the socialist countries, China excepted, and, perhaps, the black spot in Marxist theory. Let us conclude that there is no mercantile mode of production. That there exist independent petty producers. But that, since their existence is not natural, despite the seeming identity of their form, what matters is to know the mode of production to which they belong when they figure in a given social formation, in order to be able to treat them accordingly and to know that we cannot impose their form on any social formation we like. 12. What has been said of the relation of production that defines a mode of production allows us to go back to the question of the pseudo-mode of socialist production. Socialism is ordinarily defined by 1. Collective ownership of the means of production, and 2. Working class power. Since the second characteristic concerns the superstructure, it is not relevant to a definition of the supposed relation of production in question. we are left with the first characteristic. Let us recall that the relation of production of a mode of production is defined by the relation between the direct producers on the one hand and the productive forces, means of production and labor power, on the other. In the socialist social formation, we observe the following: labor power continues to pass by way of the relative possession of the wage form, a commodity form. At the legal level, nothing about the relation of production of the capitalist mode of production has changed, in principle. As for the means of production, the direct producers possess them not directly, but indirectly, by way of collective property, the state, production cooperatives. Thus, we are here still in the form of non-possession, the wage form, of labor power, accompanied by non-possession of the means of production, corrected, however, by indirect possession. This is what allows us to say that Lenin's formula is accurate: in the socialist social formation there coexist, in contradictory fashion, elements belonging to the capitalist relation of production and elements preparing the communist relation of production. The latter is prepared by collective ownership of the means of production and by a whole series of arrangements. The plan guarantees that control the labor market, a wage structure that tends to reduce wage differentials and, generally speaking, organizational measures that tend to prepare communal forms of the management of enterprises and of the nation, measures that aim to attenuate and then do away with the division of labor, the division between mental and manual labor, the division between town and country, and so on. Everything turns on the political effort to reduce the elements that depend on the capitalist relation of production and develop the elements that prepare the communist mode of production. Everything turns on that, for the outcome has not been decided in advance. Mistakes can compromise everything, making the tendency swing in the other direction. A point that is misunderstood: the town and country division, which brings us back to the questions raised above. Marx's comment on this question has not really been taken seriously. Yet it is decisive. Capitalism took things as it found them, immense stretches of countryside and a handful of cities, and, after an initial period of vacillation, in which it established itself in the country, it developed frenetically in the cities, monstrously intensifying the unequal development of cities and countryside to the city's advantage. This too seems natural. It is taken for granted that cities are the factory's place of predilection. Why? Means of communication, population density? The endpoint of all the trade routes bringing raw materials? Yet one should be aware, after all, that in the 17th and 18th centuries, much of industry developed in the countryside, near rivers and mines. Thus there is nothing natural about the development of the cities. We should find out the reasons for this, reasons that have perhaps already been discovered, although I do not know them. Perhaps what has been called commercial capitalism, which spread from the ports, consider Venice, The Hague, London, Bordeaux and so on, to continental cities. Perhaps political reasons as well? However that may be, the development of the cities to the detriment of the countryside bears the mark of the capitalist economy and capitalist politics, perhaps even that of the capitalist class struggle. Did capitalism escape, in the cities, the landed aristocracy, its enemy at the time? In this regard, the policies of Stalin and of the contemporary USSR bear the same mark. Chinese policy, in contrast, is headed in the direction Marx thought desirable. Stalin's policy went hand in hand with his policy of socialist accumulation at the peasant's expense. This was another negative consequence of the 1917 revolution's bad agrarian policy, but it is hard to affirm this in perfectly cut and dried fashion. The main contradiction 69-1. The main contradiction, the thesis with which the resolution of the 80 and other resolutions begin, The contradiction between the imperialist camp and the socialist camp should be refuted. 70. This contradiction is not antagonistic, and it has not even been, since the end of the Cold War. The reasons for the end of the Cold War have to be closely re-examined. It has not only been the strength of the socialist camp and the peoples struggling for their liberation plus the international working class which have succeeded in bringing about the end of the Cold War, but also imperialist reasons specific to imperialism, to its visions of gaining a foothold in certain socialist countries financially, new Marshall Plans, this time for the direct use of certain socialist countries, economically, the effect of loans, and politically, among other means, by utilizing the effects of the split in the international communist movement, and exacerbating it. Under these novel conditions, the USA no longer needs a policy of military rollback. The policy of financial imperialism plus the contradictions between the USSR and China serve its ends much better, clearing the way for a policy of peaceful coexistence followed by economic cooperation. The main contradiction is the antagonistic contradiction between the capitalist class on the global scale and the working class on the global scale plus the allies of the global working class, namely, the peoples struggling for their liberation. This contradiction is antagonistic. It can find a solution, as the phrase goes, only by abolishing one of its terms, the capitalist class of the imperialist countries, only by ending imperialism. Naturally, it is a question of an antagonistic contradiction here, but one that can be treated in non-antagonistic fashion, if the struggle of the working class is opportunistic. If, for example, the USSR opens its doors to a new Marshall Plan, which it has even requested, of the USA and the FRG, Federal Republic of Germany, or West Germany, and soon of Japan as well. This economic opening is not just economic. It has political effects that shape the foreign policy and therefore also the domestic policy of the communist parties in the imperialist countries. If the working class does not manage to break this circle, it may find itself waiting quite some time for the fall, that is, the end of imperialism. Even in this case, however, it is foreseeable that the facts of the crisis, monetary and soon, economic, and ultimately, political, will educate, in their hard school, working-class militants, and that these militants will enter into the dance at a rhythm altogether different from the one that the party leaderships impose on them. 2. The contemporary crisis of the international communist movement should be considered in the light of this main contradiction. Apparently, we are in a crisis from which there is no exit. Apparently. But this is not the first time. In 1914, how many militants in Europe believed that, 3 years later, a revolution could break out somewhere in the world, and triumph? One could count them on the fingers of two hands after the treason of the Second International, the social chauvinist political line of all the leaders of the socialist and social democratic parties. In 1914, Lenin was practically alone, with a few friends. In 1917, at the time of the April Theses, he would be alone before all the leaders of the CPB, who had come to welcome him at the train station in St. Petersburg, although, by this time, the revolution had broken out in Russia. The illusion of competition, the reality of war hypothesis, to be verified, the capitalist relation of production is such that it implies one exploitation, and thus class struggle on both sides, but first, so to speak, on that of the capitalist class. And 2. The play of the capitalist mode of production within its own limits, which are absolute, it cannot get beyond them by itself. The consequence would seem to be that the depiction of competition as a cause of 1. Concentration and 2. The growth of capital, to withstand competition, a theory of preventive warfare, in sum, preventive economic warfare, where everything transpires between capitalists alone, in line with the Spinozist metaphor about the fish, which has it that the big ones eat the little ones, growing fat on the little ones. 71 Which gives us a theory wholly predicated on the competition between capitalists, while, at the same time, workers are condemned to compete with each other until they form associations. The consequence would seem to be that this theory is a bourgeois theory. The consequence would likewise seem to be that the depiction of the first phase of capitalism as that of competitive capitalism is itself either purely descriptive, since it talks about an effect, but this should be said, or wrong. It would follow that the truth is to be sought elsewhere. Marx says so, repeatedly, in connection with the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Competition does not cause the fall in the profit rate, but, quite the contrary, the fall in the profit rate causes competition. The economic Darwinism of competition, which once again harks back to the bourgeois ideological image of the independent petty producer struggling against the others, is wrong. Competition is an illusion, Marx, point 72. Where, then, should we look for the cause of both competition and other effects attributable to competition, such as concentration? We should look for it, precisely, in the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, in what it conceals and shows, namely, the class struggle. Where does the fall in the rate of profit come from? From the increase in the proportion CV, 73, that is, from the development of productivity, that is, from the partial, tendential replacement of absolute surplus value by relative surplus value. But this displacement is, in its very principle, an effect of the class struggle. The false representations. 1. The desire for gain, psychology. 2. Negating this psychology, the law of competition, described by Hobbes, or the state of war. 3. The law of this state of war, preventive warfare. All competition is preventive. The free psychology of the man who wants to enrich himself or seeks gain is nothing but the movement 74 of an unconscious law, play the game or die. The law of the state of war. Bourgeois theory fails to get beyond it. Hobbes's desire for gain, or competition, can be sublimated in the point to honor represented by the quest for glory, which Hegel was to transform into self-recognition, the desire to be desired, the desire to be recognized, with, naturally, death as its terminus. The hypothesis theory about competition stated above obviously presupposes that one has settled scores with a preliminary question of crucial importance, that of the establishment of a mode of production, in the case to hand, the capitalist mode of production. It presupposes 1. That we have a certain idea of what it means to exist for a mode of production, the conditions of its existence, of its enduring reproduction, and of the relationship of this existence to non-existence. In other words, it presupposes that we have a clear understanding of the fact that a mode of production may not exist, may exist and perish as soon as it appears, or, on the contrary, may grow stronger and pursue its historical destiny. This presupposes a theory of the conditions of existence that is at the same time a theory of the conditions of the non-existence or disappearance of a mode of production, for we always reason on the basis of accomplished fact and nothing else. How did this fact come to be accomplished? Everything is there. Although the capitalist mode of production has already died several times before subsisting as we know it, before taking on the feudal mode of production or on others. 2. That we have rejected, once and for all, the theory of independent petty producers as the origin of capitalism. They are feudal, not capitalist, petty producers. Capitalism came from elsewhere, from the owners of money, Marx. For then we very easily succumb to the illusion of believing that these independent petty producers are naturally, according to the good old bourgeois ideology of capitalism, competitors in an idyllic marketplace. 3. That we have assimilated what Marx says several times in Capital. This is in fact the theory of recognition of the accomplished fact, namely, that the capitalist mode of production itself creates its own basis, that is to say, reproduces itself equals exists. 75. Find these texts of Marx's and interpret them to mean self-reproduction equals existence. When the capitalist mode of production exists, it functions in the way Marx's analysis indicates, in accordance with the fall in the rate of profit, that is, the economic effect of the class struggle. Competition is then just a subordinate effect, a cause-effect, to be sure, yet a subordinate effect. In the emergence of a mode of production such as the capitalist mode of production, we can always ask, but then why, but then how did it emerge? And we always fall back on the same bourgeois nonsense, work and so on. If we get beyond it, however, we are pretty ill at ease. Why did this mode of production emerge? Why wage labor? To this, we can give Marx's answer, the encounter of the owners of money, hence of an accumulation capable of functioning formally as capital, on the one hand, and free laborers on the other. 76. In a certain way, this is enough to answer the question, starting out from the observation that this encounter produced the accomplished fact of existing capitalism, that is to say, self-reproducing capitalism. Behind this explanation, however, there is another accomplished fact, namely, that the waged relation of production is the solution to the crisis of the serf-based relation of production at the heart of an exploitative society. In sum, a relation of exploitation is substituted for a relation of exploitation as the solution to its historic crisis. These gentlemen never get beyond relations of exploitation. The proof is the good English Revolution, friends, all friends, old-style exploiters and new-style exploiters alike. Hence the idea that the transition to communism can in no case represent a solution to the crisis of the capitalist relation of production. For a good reason, capitalist crises resolve themselves all by themselves, in the form of imperialist wars, among other ways, or produce, like good chickens at the end of their wits, the ducks known as proletarian revolutions. 77. When the party says that the Common Program 78 offers a solution to the crisis of state monopoly capitalism, it is either telling the truth, in which case this is a bourgeois program, or else it should say that the Common Program offers the workers' prospects not of resolving the capitalist regime's crisis, but of exiting from that regime by putting an end to it. One can find the words to say that, even in taking the much ballyhooed transition into account, New Democracy, .79 give yourself, for starters, a capitalist honest enough to answer your questions and admit that he is driven to increase his fortune indefinitely, without pause and without respite. Ask him why he yields to this irresistible tendency. You will receive, in this order, disorder would be another order, the same order, the following answers. 1. The psychological capitalist will tell you, I'm greedy and bent on acquiring wealth. My nature is such that I thirst for gold, and my thirst is such that it makes me thirsty even when it's slaked. Everyone knows the story about the sea. Why doesn't it overflow? Answer: because there is a goodly number of fish in the sea, and they drink a tremendous amount of water. Since the water's salty, they're always thirsty. We can only conclude that gold too is salty, since it makes a man thirsty all the time, thirsty for gold. Enough joking. Psychology, which always keeps philosophy and religion in the corner of its eye, answers, it's in the nature of things and in human nature too. Man is a creature of desire and is therefore insatiable, for desire is infinite. Whatever the world contains in the way of philosophers knows this, from Aristotle talking about chromatistics 80 down to Pascal and countless others. It is because man is finite that he is condemned to desires bad infinity. Hegel. Point 81. There you have the reason that the capitalist enriches himself without end, to the point of losing sleep and desire. Human nature's to blame. 2. The philosophical capitalist, a notch more sophisticated, versed in Hobbes and Hegel, will tell you, but my dear fellow, nature only reveals itself in its sublation. This desire that you think you bring to bear on mere things, such as goods, wealth or power is merely a means of procuring goods, or the men who procure goods, reaches infinitely higher. For example, if so and so chases after gold, it is less to satisfy a need, or desire, for wealth or power, for in these matters everything has its limits, and if man's desire is infinite, man isn't, then because he is seeking an altogether different good, the esteem of his peers. That which Hobbes calls glory and Hegel calls recognition. Thus the race for wealth and the race for power, the means of attaining wealth, are merely the obligatory detour that a law takes in order to impose itself on human individuals. In fact, look. The rich man always enriches himself at another man's expense. The powerful man always becomes powerful at a third party's expense. Universal competition rules the world and men are merely its puppets. Not competition for property and power, no, woe. Competition is a more mysterious, more sophisticated desire, the desire for glory and recognition. Man wants only to be esteemed and recognized for what he is, more deserving than the others, Hobbes, or simply free, Hegel, by way of the figures of the master and slave. Thus, competition for goods and power is simply the means of, and a pretext for, competition of another kind, in which every man expects recognition of his glory or freedom from those he dominates. The insatiable thirst for riches thereby becomes an altogether spiritual affair, in which man can stand tall and proud for being endowed with a nature so dignified that it puts him 100 feet above the base passions that were attributed to him. One may well be a bourgeois, one still has one's sense of honor. 3. The realistic capitalist, a notch more sophisticated theoretically, better versed in Hobbes, will tell you, the quest for glory is one thing. What matters is something else, the law that forces all men to seek glory, without sparing a one. For how is it that men are brought to engage in this frantic quest, by what power? To be sure, they all start out by desiring goods and, later, glory. But the fact that they all desire them with so equal a desire that this desire surpasses and governs them, and the fact that they are all, without exception, enrolled in the race, that is what calls for explanation. The reason is that, when the time comes, they unleash, unawares, the power of a law that annuls its origin, universal war, the war of all against all. The whole mystery of the matter resides in this conversion, individuals desiring goods, each for his own petty ends, and suddenly all of them together are thrown into a war so universal that it becomes a state of war. That is, a state of relations such that the war can flare up at any moment and anywhere. It's like bad weather, Hobbes writes, it doesn't rain every day or everywhere, but it could rain any time, anywhere at all, should someone attack someone else. 82 With the establishment of this state of universal competition, aptly called the state of war and a war of all against all, that is to say, a war of the first person who happens along against the second, things are converted a second time. Fear of being attacked makes men make the first move and war reveals itself for what it is. The essence of war is to be preventive. With that, the portrait of competition is complete. Let us lay our cards on the table. Bourgeois ideology can come up with a psychological explanation of the valorization of value, of the capitalist's frantic quest for profits. This explanation doesn't go very far, for the much vaunted human nature that serves as its warrant admits of, what a coincidence. Strange exceptions, those of the known modes of production in which this frantic quest for profits is absent, in classless societies, and those parts of modes of production untouched by commodity relations. Bourgeois ideology can also afford itself the luxury of sublimating material competition between capitalists in a philosophical theory of recognition of the self. However, this theory always ends up lapsing back into that which serves as its ground, a theory of the state of war or of competition. At that point, the iron law of competition makes its entry onto the scene and governs the competing individuals. Yet this straightforward theory does not go very far either. For if it acknowledges that a necessity presides over the conflicts of competition, this necessity is never anything other than the concept of the universality of conflicts and of their immediate inversion, from defense to attack by way of prevention. That is, nevertheless, how one might be tempted to explain, but in the bourgeois mode, the capitalist tendency to accumulate or, again, the capitalist tendency to intensify exploitation. It will be said, for example, that this irresistible tendency is engendered by competition between capitalists. So-and-so, who exploits his workers and encounters his adversaries in, simultaneously, the market for means of production, the market for labor and the market for commodities, will, because he is fearful of disappearing as a result of the other's competition, very naturally begin, preventively, to exploit his workers even more, so as to be sufficiently strong later on, when adversity strikes. And as everyone else does the same thing, there is no reason for the whirligig ever to stop turning. What results is what we in fact observe, the tendency to extract a maximum of surplus value and to keep on lengthening the working day, to keep on intensifying labor, augmenting productivity, and to keep on accumulating in the capitalist mode, in order to extract more and more surplus value. And we will imagine that we have gone to the bottom of things and come up with a reason for this strange tendency. However, when we take a closer look at this preventive war that the capitalists wage on each other, it turns out to be a singular war. It pits the combatants against each other, of course, like every war, even the war of all against all. But the combatants, that is, the capitalists, do not really confront each other, since they spend their time protecting themselves against attack by taking preventive measures. In Hobbes's war, we might suppose that it is a question of real attacks and that the parties preventively carry out real attacks so as not to be attacked. The same holds here, but rather than preventively launching real attacks, one simply beefs up one's forces, preventively, so as not to fall. To be sure, there are victims, bankruptcies, people left by the wayside. Yet, overall, the capitalists as a group come off rather well, so much so that Marx says of competition that it is ordinarily their friendly society. 83 It is less the rule of the war they wage on each other than that of the war that they don't. Can we therefore say that this state of war is a state of peace? My word, as far as the capitalist class as a whole is concerned, yes. But then where is the war? Elsewhere, between the capitalists and their workers. By means of competition, the capitalist class adjusts its accounts rather than settling them, but behind competition, which Marx calls an illusion, 84 the capitalist class wages a veritable war on the working class. For, ultimately, taken at its word, this theory of preventive war shows that prevention, well conducted, spares the capitalists' war against other capitalists. It shows that the working class bears the full brunt of prevention, that prevention of the pseudo-war between capitalists is a permanent war against the working class. In that, the war is not at all universal, a war of all against all, as Hobbes claims. It is a war of the capitalist class against the working class. Thus, the war that the capitalist class wages on the working class simply allows the capitalists to live in peace. We had been mixing up our wars. We had mistaken competition for a war. We had forgotten the class struggle. We come now to the root of everything, a certain representation of capitalism's history, a bourgeois representation of capitalism's history. I explained earlier how the myth that the independent petty producer constitutes the consubstantial essence of capitalism and its origin haunts the bourgeois depiction of capitalism in its entirety. At the origins there were, we are told, individuals working for themselves with their means of production. With a certain degree of development of the productive forces, some of what they produce is commercialized, through an exchange of surpluses, resulting in an initial accumulation. The same independent petty producers, become wealthy traders, are then supposed to have offered unfortunates without house or home money, wages, in exchange for the strength of their arms to operate their means of production, thus becoming capitalists producing exclusively for the market. This continuous process naturally culminates, in this story, everything is natural, beginning with mercantile production's first forms of existence and steadily intensifying with its expansion, in the competition of the petty mercantile producers becoming capitalists in different markets, the market for commodities, means of production and, finally, capital. The law of competition is thus supposed, in some sense, to have naturally taken over from, prender la realidad, the natural law of labor, production and the profitable exchange of initial surpluses, in order to accelerate the course of things, eliminate the weak, make the strong stronger, intensify exploitation. But one prefers to hush that one up, precipitate concentration, bring monopolies into existence and so on. Shall we just say take over from? The law of competition, on that hypothesis, is merely the law of independent petty mercantile production pursued by different means or, rather, in different forms, for what is more natural than this confrontation between real forces, from which their truth emerges? Barbarism? Fascism was a preliminary form of it. What is imperialism? The highest stage of capitalism, Lenin. Everyone knows this formula. But, as Hegel says, well-known things are the least well-known, precisely because they are the most familiar. 85 This formula of Lenin's is a case in point. What exactly does it mean? There is a whole history behind it. When, in 1916, Lenin wrote his short pamphlet on imperialism, it is just a short pamphlet, nothing more, written hastily and on the basis of the only documents he had at his disposal, and written under censorship, hence in a slave's language. 86 He called it imperialism, the highest, supreme stage of capitalism. 87 Supreme is the translation of a Russian word that means the biggest, the highest, hence the culminating point. This word is found in Lenin's manuscript. Thereafter, as is well known, Lenin had other things to do. And when Tsarism was overthrown in 1917 and Kerensky's Mensheviks took power, it so happened that Lenin's little pamphlet was published. The worthy Mensheviks made a very slight alteration to the title. They replaced the Russian word that means the culminating point with another Russian word that means the most recent, the last to date. Thus, Lenin's pamphlet was published under the title Imperialism, the most recent stage of capitalism. 88 A small but significant difference. The most recent is not necessarily the last. It is just the most recent. Other stages of capitalism can come after the most recent stage, imperialism. They have their chance. With that, our worthy Mensheviks, playing politically on the adjective, marked their distance from poor Lenin, who, in treating imperialism as the culminating stage of capitalism, gave a subsequent stage no chance at all. There, for example, is one very little thing that is not well known, yet speaks volumes. For Lenin, there is no other stage of capitalism after imperialism. Imperialism is therefore the last stage, not the most recent. The last, full stop. This means that capitalism has a history. It began, developed, grew, and now here we are, we have arrived at its last stage, imperialism. Afterwards, it's over. It's all over for capitalism. What do we have then? Socialism, obviously. Yes and no. For Lenin did not write that imperialism was the last stage of capitalism. He wrote that it was the culminating stage. Highest, supreme is not a good translation. This certainly means, beyond a doubt, that imperialism is the last stage of capitalism, but it also means something more, something extremely interesting. It means that imperialism is the culminating point of capitalism, hence that afterwards there can only be degeneration, if imperialism lasts. Precisely what Lenin calls decay or stagnation, 89, which is already inscribed in imperialism. For this culminating stage is already the stage of decay, parasitism and stagnation. This allows us to make afterwards more precise. We should not picture the history of capitalism as a train trip. After passing through a series of stations, of stages, capitalism's train arrives at imperialism the way the Paris-Marseille train arrives at St. Charles Station. Last stop. All passengers are requested to leave the train. Or, to call a spade, imperialism isn't the last stage of capitalism in the sense in which afterwards it's over, it's all over for capitalism, and then what do we have? Socialism. No. It's over, but it's not, for it can still last a long time. If we don't move on to socialism, the stagnation will intensify and the rot will spread. It may take frightful forms, of which the decay of certain modes of production in history, the decadence of Rome offers a very vague idea. If we don't move on to socialism, we will have, in some, barbarism. When we examine Lenin's adjective closely, we find Engels's old formula again, socialism or barbarism. 90 Yes, that is how things are, that is, imperialism is so constructed, that is, imperialism imposes a form on class struggle such that we are standing at the bifurcation, the crossroads either. The working class will succeed, by means of its class struggle, in imposing socialism, and we will set out on the long march which, by way of the dictatorship of the proletariat, will lead to communism, or else it will fail, for a while or forever, and we will be doomed to barbarism, that is, the forms of decomposition and stagnation of imperialism itself. Of course, this either or will not be decided right away. The working class has not yet arrived at socialism in so and so many countries, but our fate has not been sealed for all that. Even if the working class lost the initiative, it would still be able to take it back. Even if its combat has not yet reached the level of seizing state power, the immense mass movements underway throughout the world and in our country are reason to think that the working class has the strength to wage its combat until it wins. And we have every reason to believe that, even if we have to go through a certain period of the over-putrefaction, surpoissement of imperialism, of which the steadily deepening crisis is the first warning sign, the working class's struggle, if it is well conducted, will ultimately impose socialism and avoid barbarism. Even in that case, however, indeed, precisely in that case, Lenin's short phrase, the culminating stage, taken together with Engels's, socialism or barbarism, casts a singular light on imperialism on the one hand and the future on the other. On imperialism, it is already putrefaction and can rot in place indefinitely, and more, until it attains barbarism. On the future, it will be either socialism or barbarism, depending on whether the working class and its allies take power or are indefinitely subjected to the domination of the bourgeois class, hence depending on the way the working class's struggle can be led to victory by following a correct mass line and adopting correct mass practices. This is a way of repeating, for our future and thus also for our present, the manifesto's twofold phrase, history is the history of class struggle. The class struggle is the driving force of history. No one can doubt that this phrase is directly addressed to us, militants of the national and international workers' movement. If we are not already aware of it, we will put our heads to work 91 in order to discover what we still have to do. The fact that this phrase is also addressed to imperialism, however, is something that is either very well known or not known at all. If it is very well known, the reason is perhaps that it is not always known. I mean that the class struggle, which is the driving force of the history of class societies in general, is also the driving force of the history of capitalism. It is also the driving force of the last, culminating stage of capitalism comprised by imperialism. That is the only thing that this short book purports to show, that the class struggle is the driving force of the history of capitalism and therefore also of its imperialist stage. Something elementary. Those who will learn nothing from it, either because they know it, or because they think they know it, or because they despise it, may close this book in all good conscience. The others may read it. The author begs the reader's great indulgence, because he has not read all the books on imperialism. There are so many and such learned ones, written by specialists in economics. He consoles himself with the thought that Lenin devoted only a little pamphlet to this big question and that Lenin was no more an economist than Marx was. A sort of courage comes over you when you can shelter behind examples as illustrious as these, the more so as it is simply a question of once again explaining what Marx and Lenin have already explained to us extremely well, while having the audacity, perhaps, that is, the weakness, of ceding to the strength of consequences, Rousseau, 92, to extend their arguments on one or two points. I know that some will hasten to take this audacity for recklessness in order to assure themselves of their guarantees. But nothing ventured, nothing gained holds in the sciences as well as the class struggle. I would ask that they reread certain citations from Dante which Marx used as the epigraph to the contribution in order to let certain nasty critics know in advance what he thought of them. This sketch of the course of my studies in the domain of political economy is intended merely to show that my views, no matter how they may be judged and how little they conform to the interested prejudices of the ruling classes, are the outcome of conscientious research carried on over many years. At the entrance to science, as at the entrance to hell, the demand must be made, qui si convene laciare ogni sospetto ogni vilta convince qui sia morta. 93. To enter this place, one must shed all suspicion and, on all cowardice, have inflicted, death. This is the place to shed all suspicion and, on all cowardice, inflict death. 94. On a few bourgeois errors and illusions when one is face to face with imperialism as we are today, and when one talks about imperialism, one must know the following idea, driving it into one's head 10, 20, 100 times over, the greatest illusion that can effect. The way one imagines imperialism is and always has been the same illusion about capitalism in general that Marx never stopped denouncing. One must also know that Marx denounced this illusion as a typically bourgeois illusion that the capitalists can no more shake off than the poor can shake off poverty, because of the nature of capitalism itself, which leaves no way out other than this bourgeois illusion. Here is this illusion. This illusion has it that everything that happens, hence everything that exists, is natural. Capitalism exists, it's natural, it's in the nature of things. Imperialism exists, it's natural, it's in the nature of things. Bourgeois ideology is not surprised by the existence of capitalism, it's natural. Why is it natural? Because it's in the nature of things. 95 That capital should produce profit and so on, that capital should be remunerated by profit just as the worker is remunerated by a wage and so on. That everyone should receive according to what he contributes to production, the capitalist as a function of his capital, the owner of land or buildings as a function of his property, the banks as a function of the credit that they extend, and the worker as a function of his labor. If we delve deeper, if we say, but it hasn't always been like that, if we drive the bourgeois ideology of the nature of things into a corner by remarking that the nature of things has varied and therefore can vary, we will find ourselves confronted with the ultimate answer: that's how it is because that's how it is. The accomplished fact. Let us not be fooled. There is a certain Marxist way of accommodating this bourgeois illusion by dressing it up in Marxist terminology. To be sure, one will explain that the capitalist mode of production is a transitory mode of production, Marx, that its historicity, hence its precariousness, are inscribed in its structure, Marx, because this structure is beset by mortal contradictions. 96 Apparently, then, one has given up the argument about the nature of things by showing that things, here, the capitalist mode of production, emerge in history, have a history and therefore will have an end, yielding, after a long transition, to a completely different mode of production in which there will be no more classes, the communist mode of production. Apparently, history has taken the place of the nature of things, and, behind this great substitution, the reality of the capitalist production process will appear. It is a production process that is at the same time a process of exploitation. Behind the natural appearances of it's normal that everyone should receive according to what he contributes, that the capitalist should receive a profit. The banker, interest. The owner of land or buildings, rent. And the worker, a wage. One will discover what Marx has shown us, the surplus value extorted in production by virtue of the working class's submission to exploitation and the division of this surplus value into profit of enterprise, industrial or commercial, interest, bank credit and so on, ground rent for farmland or other real estate, and wages. Behind this facade of the nature of things, then, one will discover, as the basis for everything, the process of the exploitation of the working class by the capitalist class, hence the process of both the capitalist's class struggle and the workers' class struggle. Here too, however, things can be turned around, very subtly, to be sure, but turned around all the same. We have to learn once and for all that the capitalist class is made in such a way, it is the capitalist mode of production that makes it the way it is, that it never lets go of its prey, will never let go of its prey, because it cannot let go of it without committing suicide, and because the capitalist mode of production is no more a suicidal mode of production for the class that benefits from its exploitation than is any other mode of production on earth. The capital class will never let go of its prey. This means, in the last instance, that it will never let go of the working class. By itself, it will never cease to exploit. By itself, it will never cease to wage the most consistent class struggle there is, from exploitation to the subtlest forms of political oppression, intimidation and ideological blackmail. Among other consequences, this means that bourgeois ideology will never let go of its prey, the working class itself, but will pursue it even in the class struggle organizations that it has forged and is forging for itself, even in the scientific and philosophical theory of the struggle that the working class has conquered in order to carry out its own class struggle. the capitalist class will never voluntarily cease to impose its domination even on the working class's theories and ideology in order to wrest from its hands and mind the very weapons it has forged for itself in order to carry its class struggle to a victorious conclusion. The workers' movement has had long, hard experience of this operation of the capitalist class, carried out provisionally and over a long period, for it is constantly repeated, constantly begun anew, intended to disarm it by weakening its political line of struggle, its organizations, its theory and ideology. And it has acquired this experience at a terribly high price. It has given it names, reformism and revisionism. We must not imagine that this enterprise of the capitalists' class struggle to subvert, divert and sidetrack the workers' class struggle is the most carefully meditated enterprise in the history of the human race, Rousseau. 97. We must not imagine that it is conceived by the capitalist class's masterminds to carefully considered strategic and tactical ends. To be sure, the politicians who represent the bourgeois class and exercise state power on behalf of the bourgeois class as a whole are there for that purpose, and they do what they must, that is, what they can, consciously, deliberately. Yet they never do anything but serve a system, sometimes adroitly, but sometimes also maladroitly, for they do not know the law of the system, given that they do not want to recognize it, cannot recognize it, that runs all by itself, inspiring their most conscious thoughts. For it is a 100% bourgeois conception of the class struggle, the capitalists' class struggle no less than the workers' class struggle, to imagine this struggle as the struggle of conscious subjects acting on a battlefield as smooth as a plain, as if they were generals on horseback, equipped with spyglasses and taking such and such an action as a function of the enemy's movements. Once again, this kind of phenomenon does exist, but it is the quintessential bourgeois illusion to believe that it is determinate in the last instance. The classes are not subjects. Although they act in their confrontation, they are acted as much as, and even more than, they act. They are acted by the laws of the class struggle, which is never reducible to the decisions of the struggling classes. Primacy of the class struggle over the classes, since it is the class struggle, its conditions and forms, that constitutes the classes as classes. If this is indeed the way things are, when we say that the capitalist class never lets go of its prey, the working class, and never will, and when we say that it pursues its prey, the working class, as far as the political line of its class struggle organizations, as far as its theory and its ideology, this cannot be the simple effect of a decision or resolution even lucid, even savage, of the capitalist class. For the capitalist class is not a subject. If this is the way things are, when we say that, under the impact of the capitalist class struggle, the working class is attacked even in its class organization's political line and even in its theory and ideology, it is also not affected by this like a subject deviating from its nature and line of conduct, a subject that would succumb to an influence the way a free subject might succumb to an influence. Of course, reformism and revisionism can bear proper names, for, as a result of certain circumstances, such and such an individual becomes a historically decisive link and plays a key role in the process of deviation, but they can never be reduced to proper names. The reason is simple: the working class does not, any more than the capitalist class, exist as a subject capable of taking wrong decisions or of choosing to follow an aberrant line. The primacy of the class struggle over the classes holds for the working class too. How could it exist outside the couple capitalist class working class? And if this couple constitutes the two antagonistic classes in their antagonism, how could the working class exist as a subject prior to the class struggle? In reality, this is what makes it very hard to analyze the deviations observed in the workers' movement, and is no doubt responsible for the fact that the very word deviation is equivocal, provisional and should be replaced, what occurs and is known as reformism and revisionism in the workers' movement, even if it is due to analytical errors or, more profoundly, inappropriate equals incorrect, non-just, poorly adjusted, class positions, is, in the last instance, never anything but the effect of the class struggle inside the workers' movement. Of course, to advance this proposition, we must have an idea of the class struggle altogether different from the generally accepted one. In particular, we must conceive of the class struggle as irreducible to the political and ideological class struggle and thus to the class struggle which can lay claim to the attributes of consciousness and decision in the dominant, that is, bourgeois, ideological depiction of it. We must conceive of the class struggle as a confrontation of two class struggles. That is the point. The class struggle is not the struggle of two classes each of which struggles against the other in their struggle because they are classes. Rather, it is the struggle between two struggles, the confrontation of two bodies both of which are in struggle, each struggling with its own weapons, which are absolutely not the same in the case we are examining, since the proletarian class struggle's weapons have absolutely nothing to do with the bourgeois class struggle's weapons, and since the same holds for the strategy and tactics and practice of the struggle too, setting out from the domain of the infrastructure, from exploitation. We must also grasp that political and ideological struggles are not struggles of ideas, for idea leads back to subject, because ideology, to which politics is too often reduced, is not ideas, but practices and apparatuses. If this is so, we can now turn back to the bourgeois ideological illusion that can endanger Marxism even in the way it imagines capitalism and imperialism. For it is also possible to say of all that has been said that that's just the way it is. To be sure, it will no longer be said that it's in the nature of things, since the nature of bourgeois things has now been replaced with the conflictual history of the class struggle. Subtly, however, the nature of things can be surreptitiously transferred to history. One then lapses into an evolutionist conception of the Marxist representation of history. One marches all the modes of production down the grand avenue of history, one after the other, the first pushing the second out ahead of itself, the second the third, and so on, down to the capitalist mode of production, which pushes its own, remote, future out ahead of itself. The communist mode of production. Thus history is strung together like pearls or engenders itself as in the beautiful genealogies of the grand myths in Hesiod or the Old Testament, so and so begets so and so, who begets so and so on ad infinitum. We are now established in imperialism. Thanks to a quote from Lenin, which is also the title of his pamphlet, we know very well that imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism. Supposing that we translate highest, supreme where the elevation, there's nothing higher, can blind us to the imminent and, correctly, as ultimate or last, we will be aware that imperialism is the last stage of capitalism, the last phase in its history. In short, the last stop, after which all passengers are requested to leave the train. For the capitalist voyage is over. And afterwards? We have socialism, which some, with their systematic imaginations, go so far as to consider a mode of production, 6.98 in any case. However, if we believe not these scatterbrains, but Lenin, who never talks about a socialist mode of production, we have a very long transition. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, which culminates in the communist mode of production. Is this not in the nature of history? Since history is the history of the begetting of modes of production by other modes of production in an evolution regulated by evolutionism, that is, by the necessary passage from the lower to the higher, from lower to higher forms, the lower engendering the higher within itself by the law of evolution which has it that one. The course of evolution is never arrested. 2. There is neither void nor miscarriage in it. 3. Every form naturally engenders the next. And 4. That, Since each engendered form is higher than its predecessor, the course of things provides us with the guarantee that we're on our way to what's best. Under these conditions, Lenin's phrase is as reassuring and soothing as anything can be: imperialism is the last stage of capitalism. State monopoly capitalism is the antechamber of socialism. 99. We're at the end of the line. What is more, state monopoly capitalism has gone into a global crisis. Thus everything is unfolding according to plan, not the plan of the bourgeois nature of things, but the Marxist laws of historical development. There really is nothing more to do than wait. The trouble with this is the bitter experience of the people, which, when it is told about antechambers, cannot help making associations. For the people, an antechamber, a notaries, a ministers and so on, is a place where one can wait indefinitely. The expression fair antechamber, to cool one's heels, is the proof. I affirm that, in this evolutionist representation of Marxist theory, we can hesitatingly recognize yet another victory, and a big one, of bourgeois ideology, of the bourgeois class struggle over the workers' class struggle. But that is not all. We had risen above the nature of things to attain the laws of history, when these laws are impenetrable. However, because we have failed to penetrate them, do we not simply fall back to the level of the nature of things? What I mean is very simple. When someone draws up a chart of imperialism's effects for us, tallies up its effects for us, when he says that there is X, Y and also Z, without giving us explanations, as sometimes happens, or while giving us merely plausible, but not enlightening explanations, in short, when someone plants imperialism before our eyes in one big package, even if it's a neat package, even if it comes with a few explanations or even a very subtle theory, but unconvincing explanations and an unconvincing theory, and if, on top of everything else, the theory is manifestly wrong, do we not relapse into the nature of things? An example: imperialist wars. People cite the United States war with Spain and the First World War, together with a few other undertakings of imperialist colonialisms, the U.S. war against Vietnam. The fact is that these wars took place. This is sufficiently well known. People, not everyone, suffered enough as a result, and generations were marked in their flesh by these wars. But that's just the way it is. Fine. We know that these wars are imperialist wars, that they are among the effects of imperialism and prolonged monopoly capitalism's struggle to divide up the world by force of arms. We know that they were horrible, caused unprecedented destruction and massacred tens of millions of human beings. To blame for them were, assuredly, the Nazis, who were frightful sorts, the most reactionary of all the representatives of finance capital. We know well where we are, under imperialism, which means that the wars are imperialist wars for a new division of the world. But a war is a war, it entails destruction and death. That's just the way it is. It's in the nature of things. We're on the threshold of that again, and on the threshold of psychology to boot. The fascists were frightful sorts, the most reactionary. The word reactionary gives things a political ring, but it's a fake window added on for the sake of symmetry. Why were the other, American, English or French, imperialists less reactionary? And what does reactionary mean, if it does not simply designate empirical practices that are in fact left unexplained? For example, why did the Nazis and the fascists wage what they called total war? Apparently because they felt like it. That's easy to understand when we start out from their nature as the most reactionary, no doubt. Why, however, did the United States do the same thing in Germany and Japan? No doubt because, being less reactionary, it was forced to by the Nazis' methods. can a less reactionary sort, then, comport himself in this fashion without becoming most reactionary, like the most reactionary sorts? Strange. Suppose we appended a very small question to these remarks: why is it that Marxist analyses of the Second World War maintain silence about the fact that this Second World War was, in its turn, an inter-imperialist war? Why is it that this Second Imperialist World War is most often described as an anti-fascist war, something that is true only of its subordinate aspect? I affirm that when we fall back in this fashion, for lack of appropriate, that is to say, correct explanations, to the level of the nature of things, it is an unmistakable sign that the bourgeois class struggle has scored another point against the workers' class struggle, down to the very image of imperialism that the explanations furnished by the workers' class struggle organizations produce. I could multiply examples. Let us take just one, that of the monopolies. Having read Lenin, everyone knows that imperialism and monopoly capitalism are one and the same thing. For imperialism to exist, monopolies must exist. Fine. Unless, however, we regard these monopolies as an accomplished fact, that's just the way it is, hence as the accomplished fact of the nature of things, we have to find a reason for their existence. It will be said that they are produced by concentration. Fine. This explanation, however, may be just words, for it merely shows that, before the monopolies, there existed smaller firms that became bigger by concentration, the bigger ones absorbing the smaller ones. This made the big ones that much bigger, to the point that they became monopolies. That is not an explanation. It is merely a description which says that is the way it is. The nature of things again. If you raise this objection and ask what the reason for this concentration is, this absorption of the little ones by the big ones, which become even bigger as a result, the answer will be competition. The law of competition. Firms struggled with each other. Some were unable to weather the storm and were absorbed by the others, who prevailed in the struggle. One then proceeds to unveil a whole social Darwinist world of the struggle for survival which, not to trace things as far as Darwin, is singularly reminiscent of Spinoza's rule of natural law. Everyone knows that, in the ocean, big fish eat medium-sized fish and medium-sized fish eat little fish. 100 fish eat each other. That's how they compete. The difference from the capitalists is that the big ones don't get bigger because they've eaten the medium-sized ones, nor do the medium-sized ones get bigger because they've eaten the little ones. Competition among fish is a nutritional competition that doesn't lead to concentration, whereas competition among capitalists is competition among businessmen who acquire the volume of big ones when they devour little ones. The trouble with this explanation, Marx comes back to this in Capital so often that it's almost indecent to recall it, is that it is a bourgeois explanation. The trouble with it is that competition is an illusion. 101 Not that competition doesn't exist, it exists, however, at its level, as an effect, and is an effect governed by a cause that has nothing to do with competition. It doesn't exist as the cause of the phenomena in question. It isn't the essential cause, the cause in the last instance of the concentration of firms and their transformation into monopolies. To be sure, it plays a role in concentration, but this role is subordinated to, and governed by, the cause that commands concentration and also commands the competitive forms that contribute, at their subordinate level, to realizing it. Was I wrong to speak, a moment ago, of bourgeois ideology's deformation, sustained by the illusion of competition, of the way the working class may sometimes imagine imperialism? Marx himself says this, in terms that are not open to challenge, because Marx, while he rejects the illusion of competition as the ultimate cause of concentration, obviously does not leave matters at that. He tells us the real cause of concentration, in terms that also enable us to understand why the illusion of competition is necessary and why this illusion is necessarily bourgeois, that is, forms an integral part of bourgeois ideology. He thereby makes it possible for us to understand that the infiltration or contamination of the explanation of monopolistic concentration by competition is another way in which the bourgeois class struggle makes inroads on the working class's representation of the reality of imperialism. Even under cover of history, which has apparently replaced the nature of things, it is, once again, the nature of things that is put back in the saddle, not just in the form of the opacity of history, but in the form of its bourgeois explanation, which is clear as day. For what on earth is clearer than competition, the play of supply and demand, the struggle among capitalists and the struggle among different capitals for investments, in short, the struggle for survival. Thus whether one invokes the nature of things or the nature of history either in its evolutionist form or as shaped by the self-evident truths as big as a barn door that it vehiculates, the big ones eat the little ones and that's why they become still bigger, one remains. And will continue to remain in the realm of the that's just the way it is. One accordingly considers all the phenomena of imperialism, and of capitalism in general, in all its stages as natural, as things that can be taken for granted, that is, as sanctioned by self-evident truths. We know, however, that self-evident truths are merely the commonplaces of the dominant ideology, in the present case, bourgeois ideology. Nothing is more normal than the fact that bourgeois ideology thus manages to carve out a niche for itself in the theory of the working class, since that is the essential aspect of its function. As a dominant ideology, its role is to dominate the dominated class's ideology. The fact that the organizations of the working class and their organic intellectuals, Gramsci, consent to this is, however, something else again. Marx, as early as the Manifesto, pronounced the last word on this whole business. History is the history of class struggle, for class societies. The driving force of history is the class struggle. Capital, the first volume of which appeared 20 years after the Communist Manifesto, is simply a commentary on these prophetic sentences, and a demonstration of them. Until you have reached the point at which economic phenomena can be thought under the law of history known as the class struggle, you will remain stuck in a representation of things that is, willy-nilly, even when it takes the form of a theory of history decked out with as many quotations from Marx as possible, subjected to bourgeois ideology. It is necessary to know that it is not just the nature of things that is bourgeois, but that an evolutionist conception, an economistic conception of history and a mechanistic conception of the classes and their struggle, first the classes, then their struggle, are also bourgeois. The radical line of demarcation lies here, referring everything to the class struggle as the cause in the last instance, not to an idealist conception of the primacy of the class struggle over the classes, but, rather, to a materialist conception of this primacy, a materialist conception of the conditions and forms of the primacy of the class struggle. I said in a recent essay that this line of demarcation distinguishes revolutionaries from reformists and communists from those who continue to think in bourgeois ideology, even when they are versed in Marx and think in his terminology. 102 It is clear that we must add that this reformism does not fall from the sky and is not the simple effect of a subjective conceptual error, but the, provisionally, victorious result of the bourgeois class struggle at the very heart of the representations reigning in the working classes' organizations. And, precisely because it is a question of imperialism, it is Lenin who said it, imperialism is such that it produces reformism and revisionism in the workers' movement. 103 I am not inventing anything. I could even provide the requisite quotations. On the history of the capitalist mode of production theses, 1. There is, in the first instance, no history but the history of social formations. 104 2. One should beware of the term social formation. it is by no means an equivalent of the ideological term society. The term society is ideological in that it is the mirror term of another, individual. But the couple individual society is an ideological couple about which we may say, without going back to the prehistory of class ideology, that it has been established for us in its currently dominant form by bourgeois ideology and bourgeois philosophy, especially the bourgeois philosophy of history, which exists in multiple forms in the philosophy of the classical period, for example, in the form of treatises of the passions. In the couple individual society, what is in play and at stake, si qui jus et si qui est en jus, is the problem of founding social relations that are already in existence or are to come into existence, that is to say, bourgeois social relations, the problem of the transition from natural law to the social state by means of the contract. Bourgeois philosophical ideology is haunted by this problem of foundation, that is, the natural, equals de jure, justification of bourgeois legal relations as constituting the essence of every society, that is, every association of human beings in history. It doesn't give a fig about the rest. The term social formation, precisely, can be the object of scientific treatment in that it has nothing to do with the ideological couple individual, society, hence with the notion, which is ideological in this couple, of society. The difference leaps to the eye when we ask about the specific form of a social formation. Let us take an example. For a certain time now, capitalist social formations have been in existence. These capitalist social formations exist in and under a specific form, the nation form. Is this self-evident? It is not as self-evident as all that. In any case, it is a self-evidence that has to be conquered. For slave-based or serf-based social formations exist in forms completely different from the nation form. And everyone knows with what insistence Marx 105 and Lenin 106 showed that the nation form would not survive indefinitely, even if it lasted a long time, but had to disappear. For the form of existence of communist social formations, or of the communist social formation, will assuredly not be the nation form. Why do capitalist social formations exist in the nation form? Because, in the last instance, and everything else is subordinate to it, however contradictory it may be, the nation form is imposed by the existence of the market, the geographical area for the existence and development of mercantile capitalist production, not just the market for manufactured products, commodities, but also the market for means of production as well as the market for labor power. This is the obligatory starting point, and not just the starting point, but also the obligatory material basis, inscribed in geographical space, of every capitalist social formation. And what is happening now, with the development of imperialism, which is going beyond the global market for commodities, because the global market for commodities is dominated by the global market for financial capital, and which is going beyond nations, because we are witnessing the constitution of multinational monopolies. 1. Might just as well call them international monopolies. Everything that is happening, as well, in the attempt to constitute a European market common to several imperialist nations, at the price of what enormous difficulties, all this by no means abolishes the basic nation form, but, on the contrary, presupposes it. It is on the basis of the nation form, hence of the national market, that the global, international and continental, Europe, forms of contemporary imperialism are being constituted. 3. Thus it is in the sense that we can say, there is, in the first instance, no history but the history of social formations, in the awareness that the form of existence of social formations is determined by the mode of production that is realized in them. For each mode of production, there is a form of existence and realization of the corresponding social formation. This distinction is crucial. For we can say the following: not every mode of production finds, automatically, by virtue of some sort of divine right or ontological argument, which would have it that every essence is fully entitled to exist, that every mode of production exists by virtue of its essence, the form in which it can exist. If it finds that form, that is, if existing conditions allow it to endow itself with existence, to realize its existence, to forge it, then the mode of production in question will exist. If it fails to find that form, if existing conditions do not allow it to realize it, to impose it, then the mode of production will not exist. Or if it has begun to exist for a time but, at the end of the prescribed period, for in these matters Spinozist necessity is unrelenting, has not managed to endow itself with the form of social formation corresponding to it, that is, the form that allows it to reproduce itself in either simple or extended form, then the mode of production in question will perish. This has happened in history, doubtless a considerable number of times. The trouble with history, I mean the history of the historians, is that it works on the accomplished fact and in the fetishism of the accomplished fact, hence on the durable result that is capable of producing the conditions of its reproduction, just as the biologist works on the species which exist, that is, which have succeeded in reproducing themselves. However, the biologist, at least, knows what fantastic waste life had to pay in order to succeed in producing, if I may be allowed this terminology of success, a few species capable of self-reproduction, such as man. What lives is what has survived. It exists only on a fantastic, unimaginable field of cadavers that were unable to live. Traces of them subsist in sedimented layers and fossils. That is why biologists have a vague notion of the history of life, and suspect that the mystery of life, that is, of survival, survey, is to be sought not in what lives, that is, survives, but in what is dead, that is, has not survived. Historians, generally speaking, have not got that far yet. Yet it is necessary to get that far in order to put an end, as is beginning to happen in biology, to the ideological theory of evolutionism in history itself. It is necessary to get far enough to consider modes of production that have died, have proven unable to survive because they were not able to reproduce themselves, since, among other reasons, they did not succeed in realizing the proper form of social formation in which the mode of production in question could exist. Not that there is an essence of the mode of production searching for the form of its existence, for the essence does not exist outside of this search for its proper form of existence. To take just one example, have we been sufficiently surprised by the fate of the 14th century Italian cities that promised us the advent of capitalism, but whose destiny miscarried? We must go further. They had well and truly realized capitalism in both town and country, including quite modern forms of capitalism, assembly line work running on hydraulic power in big industry, a task-based labor process and, in the countryside, utilization of existing scientific procedures to develop production, a whole corps of agronomists in the service of agrarian capitalists. Yet this capitalism died. Why? Because the existing social formation, a city plus the surrounding countryside, was not the proper form for the development of the capitalist mode of production. What was required was the nation form, when all that was available was the city form plus a little countryside. Nothing with which to constitute the broad market that capitalism needed, the market in all the senses indicated above. This explains the death of these capitalist social formations. They died because they were unable to constitute the proper form for the existence of the capitalist mode of production, that is, for its simple reproduction and its reproduction on an extended scale, the nation form. If there was someone who understood this, and in Italy itself, It was a certain person named Machiavelli. I do not say that he said everything he had understood, however. What the missing decisive link was that had to be forged. 107, forged starting from scratch, if need be, starting from nothing, the nation, hence the prince. Yet the historians have not understood this. Have the Marxists themselves understood it? They strike the existence of capitalism in 14th-century Italian cities from history, because this existence followed by death disturbs them, because they vacillate between empiricism and the ontological argument and resolve their hesitation in evolutionism. What existed in these cities could not have been capitalism, because it died. And because capitalism, by definition, has to exist as the mode of production that follows the feudal mode of production. It cannot, therefore, have to exist and, at the same time, die. That is the point we are at. This simple remark obviously opens up dizzying prospects. It is a matter of common consent among Marxists that a mode of production can die. It would even seem that it is the essential thing that Marx opposed to the eternitarian or eternalist illusions of the apologists, economists or others, for the capitalist mode of production. But beware. A mode of production can die only if it must die. That is, when it has exhausted all its potentialities or developed all the productive forces that it was capable of containing. 108 In short, when it has seen its day, that is, fulfilled its historical mission, in the case of the capitalist mode of production, to develop the forces of production in an unprecedented way. 109 That is, done its duty as a mode of production. But that a mode of production and, what is more, the same mode of production, should afford itself the luxury of dying before accomplishing its historic duty, before seeing its day and so on, and, to put it this way so as to push the point to its limits, that it should die before, truly, durably, existing, that is out of the question. I am well aware that those of a political turn of mind will object that this absurd question is of no interest, that one works only on what is, that only what really exists is worth struggling over, and that one cannot struggle elsewhere than in what exists. But is this little question really of no political interest? It may be politically of the greatest interest that there can exist forms of social formations that impede, to put it politely, the existence of a mode of production. Moreover, we have discussed just one form, whereas chances are good that there exists a whole slew of forms apart from the nation form of capitalist social formations. It can be reasonably interesting, for example, to ask oneself in which forms, not just the nation form, a socialist social formation has to exist so that the communist mode of production, which exists in it, Lenin, in an antagonistic relation to the capitalist mode of production, Lenin, may have real chances of existing, that is, of prevailing over the subsisting elements of the capitalist mode of production, while also preparing the forms of existence of this communist mode of production. No. I shall not discuss what haunts this simple question. Or, rather, let us discuss it. If we must come round to thinking that the secret of the historical existence of existing modes of production, in their specific forms, is to be sought not so much in the accomplished fact of the conditions of their existence as, at least in equal measure, in the annulled, because non-accomplished, fact of the conditions of non-existence of the same modes of production, for these conditions have sometimes been the death of them, we have to hold both ends of the chain to understand the conditions of existence of a mode of production which exists, that is, we have to compare the cases of existence with the cases of non-existence, in the sense indicated above, and think the conditions of existence setting out from the conditions of non-existence. This is not without political consequences, with all due respect to specialists of the accomplished fact. For, to come back to the case before us, Socialism. It can tell us something about the conditions of existence of an embryonic mode of production setting out from the conditions of its non-existence. This contradictory situation is very interesting, for, what a surprise! It simply repeats Lenin's theory on the transition from capitalism to communism. In socialism, 110 the conditions for the non-existence of communism have all been met and are there for all to see. They are the subsisting elements of the capitalist mode of production. Of course, they exist in different forms. Lenin, 111 is due the classes and the class struggle. Of course, they exist in different forms. Marx would have said transformed forms. Yet they are there, and are not imaginary at all, but very real and active. And it is clearly on condition that we resolve, in the right sense, in the right direction, thanks to a well-oriented political line, this contradiction between the conditions of existence and the conditions of non-existence of the communist mode of production, that we will someday reach the communist mode of production. As for those who think that everything has already been decided in advance, as the destiny of the capitalist mode of production was decided in advance as soon as it came into existence, the proof being that, when it happened to perish because the conditions of its existence had not been fulfilled, one says it never existed. It is so easy to suppose, in this way, that all the dead never existed. They need only reread Lenin, who said, "We can fall back rather than advancing towards communism. We can cool our heels, fair antechamber in a socialism which, because it has stopped advancing, retreats." 112 It really seems to me that Lenin had understood the interest of this little question about the conditions of the non-existence, or death, of a mode of production fairly well. I mean the political interest, for, thank God, Lenin, at least, was not given to speculation. Thus there is no history, in the first instance, but that of social formations, defined in this way, by the forms, of these social formations, which realize the contradictory couple of the conditions of existence and non-existence of a mode of production, since the question of the existence of a mode of production in a social formation is posed only as a function of this contradictory couple, conditions of its non-existence, conditions of its existence. 4. We said in the first instance, and rightly so. For we must go further. It is not possible to remain at the level of a dualism, on the one hand, the mode of production as an essence, on the other, the social formation as realizing the conditions of its existence, or not. In proper Marxism-Spinozism, essence and existence do not exist on two different floors. The essence exists only in its existence, in the conditions of its existence. This does not mean that there exists, by rights, a prior adequation which guarantees the essence the conditions of its existence. Bad luck. History amply demonstrates the opposite, the fact that contradiction is the lot of the relationship between the essence and its conditions of existence. That said, not all contradictions, obstacles and frictions are pertinent. There is waste, an enormous amount of waste in history, of incidental costs in history. We may nevertheless say that the better part of this contradiction, far from being foreign to the essence, is an integral part of it and constitutes it. In short, we may say that the essence of a mode of production is contradiction, and that the contradiction between the essence and its conditions of existence, far from being external to the essence of a mode of production, is that contradiction's main form of manifestation. This can be rather easily explained, when we know the contradiction internal to a mode of production, at least in a class society where it stares you in the face, because it exists in the antagonistic character of its relation of production. But let us leave this point here. Thus, if a mode of production exists in the forms of a social formation suitable to its reproduction, not outside in the ideal heaven of pure essences, we must be consistent and say that if there is no history but the history of social formations in the first instance, there is, in the last instance, no history but the history of modes of production. This means that a mode of production has a history. This silly little sentence will provoke a smile. To break down open doors that way. Of course, when someone has opened a door for you, the door is open, and all you need do is walk in. But it had to be opened. And the person who walks through open doors is rarely the one who opened them. He prefers to pocket the gain while annulling the locksmith's work by saying that he did no work at all on the lock, that the door was already open and that the locksmith broke down an open door. No matter. Yet it is not without consequences to say that a mode of production has a history, on condition, to be sure, that each of these words, which are concepts, is taken seriously. For we have to know what a mode of production is, and that is by no means obvious. We have to know it, not in a vague, approximate way, but in a precise, rigorous way, for that is how Marx worked the concept out, in order to make it a scientific concept. We are indebted to him for most of the work and also for the wherewithal with which to pursue his work. There can, however, be no hesitation as to the nature of the work. It rules out all approximation and calls for the rigor of science. Then we need to know what history is. Same remark here too. History is not a vague word covering more or less everything we like, but a concept that is precise and rigorous because it is scientific. Obviously, all this has to be explained. What we have just said about it, however, is, as a stand-in, sufficient warning that it is a serious matter to write this short sentence: a mode of production has a history, for, short though it may be, this sentence is serious. Serious in the sense of a science. We shall show this by way of a few consequences. It will be agreed that a historical social formation, for example, capitalist France, existing in the nation form is the existence of a mode of production, here, the capitalist mode of production. With, on the one hand, all the waste and incidental costs one likes for now, we shall be discussing them later and it will appear what a strange kind of waste this is. With, as well, the contradiction we have pointed out between the mode of production and the social formation, that is, between the essence of the mode of production and its conditions of existence and non-existence, a contradiction which, we said, is constitutive of the existence of the essence of the mode of production. We shall see in what sense later. All this is agreed, then. It should also be agreed that the essence of a mode of production is constituted by its constitutive relation of production, an antagonistic relation that divides and opposes two antagonistic classes in their class struggle with regard to the possession or non-possession of the means of production and labor power, in class societies. This was demonstrated elsewhere. If this is so, to say that a mode of production has a history is to say that what constitutes it, namely, its relation of production, has a history. I am here using the language of the singular, thereby following Marx in the unpublished chapter of Capital, 113 rather than the plural, which is used unthinkingly, the relations of production. This plural can be legitimate when we are talking about a social formation, in which there are several modes of production, the old ones dominated by the dominant one. Since we find several modes of production in it, we find several relations of production in it. In a single mode of production, however, there is just one relation of production. Of course, it is multiplied in other relations, but these are not relations of production. Thus a mode of production's relation of production has a history. We can gather some idea of this, approximately and empirically, by recalling all the formulas that Marx uses to discuss the development of the relations of production. It is not just the productive forces which develop. Relations of production do too. But development is perhaps the index, just the index, for we are not evolutionists, of a kind of history. Another index, if the relation of production divides the classes into classes that confront each other in the class struggle, and if the class struggle is the driving force of history, the connection between the relation of production and history is a direct one, by way of the classes confronting each other in their struggle. I say that these are indices, just indices, not explanations. We shall come to this. For the moment, it was simply necessary to familiarize ourselves, even if at a distance, with the idea that the mode of production has a history. To break down yet another open door, however, let us leave our argument here, change registers, and state this obvious truth: there is no history, thus no history of social formations, but that of their mode of production and by their mode of production. This requires us to touch on the question of history, that word into which everyone crams his self-evident truths, but which Marx treated as a scientific concept. Everyone knows that history is what happens, even when nothing happens. That old fox Wittgenstein even extended the thing to the world. Die Welt ist alles, was der Fall ist. 114 The world is everything that advenes, everything of which it is a question, everything that falls, in the sense in which one says in the journalist's trade, in French, that a news dispatch falls. This, however, is where the difficulty begins. Not everything that happens is historical. Not all events are historical. What, then, makes the difference, that is, sorts things out? Neither you nor I, obviously, nor even great men. Ah, yes, the historians, it's their job. But on what criteria? When we examine them at all closely, we observe that historians' criteria and judgments, the historians who swim against the current accepted, never do anything but register the criteria and judgments of history itself. Paradox: it follows that it is history which sorts the historical events from the others, history which says what is historical and, therefore, what history is. But is the history which says what history is the same history as the history on which it passes judgment? Yes, the judgments of history are judgments that history passes on itself. Amen. It is here that Marx slips in his little comment. The judgments that history passes on itself constitute history as history. Granted, these judgments, however, are not divine judgments, they are the results of class struggles that oppose antagonistic classes. The dominant class's victory over the exploited class is a judgment of history that history passes on itself. The historians of the dominant class write this judgment down in their books, while covering the vanquished class, as is only appropriate, with the stipulations and adjectives of its defeat, so as to render it all the more submissive for having dared to rebel. If need be, they even explain to it in detail why it could not but have suffered defeat, so that it does not begin again. Judgment of history. The defeated class, however, can retain a completely different memory of its defeat and the massacre inflicted on it. The event it was made to suffer can pass a completely different judgment on history. No, the Commune is not dead. 115 The proof is that it has not ceased to live, from the 1917 revolution through Lenin dancing on the snow 116 to the Chinese Revolution and certain episodes of the Cultural Revolution. Let us conclude. Depending on the events of the class struggle and the results of their confrontations, history does indeed pass judgments on itself, Which are these results, interpreted in contradictory ways by the classes in struggle? For the case of these results is pending, judged as they will be by the process of the class struggle that has produced them. We have lost a battle, we have not lost the war, said a bourgeois statesman. 117 But Lenin had gone before him to say of the Commune's defeat, however predictable and atrocious it was, that it had been necessary to wage the struggle, even if it was lost in advance, for the victories of the future. 118 Such is the language of the proletarians. As for the bourgeois, if they win a battle, they cannot imagine that they can lose the war. This is in line with their logic. One cannot, after all, ask them to believe in their extinction. It may seem that the idea that history is the history of the class struggle can now be taken for granted. This makes it possible to understand what, in the last instance, passes judgments on history, the class struggle. That struggle does the sorting out. And, since it is itself history and its driving force, it is understandable that it does so without having to step outside history. On imperialism and the workers' movement, old Chiretti, in his L'ombre des Tutti, in the shadow of the two T's, is not dumb at all when he explains Togliatti's grand invention, the mass proletarian party, different from the so-called party of cadres that Thorez is supposed to have defended, in the so-called Leninist line. If one believes that the organizational forms associated with the political line of the workers' movement have not changed, one is wearing blinkers. It is generally admitted that they changed in the past, before Lenin, who did away with aberrant or insufficient forms, those of the social democracy, with its organizational forms without cells, without shop cells, without professional revolutionaries, hence without cadres, and so on. As far as the present is concerned, however, the belief is that things were established once and for all with Lenin, and one decides, on the basis of criteria that he laid down, that such and such is acceptable and such is not. So it is with the Italian school that Chiretti discusses, as well as the French communists' opposition to Togliatti's Italian line. 119 Yet the French too came up with formidable inventions during the Popular Front period. They invented a line of broad union, proletariat plus poor peasants plus the ruined or waged petty bourgeoisie, the middle strata, as one said at the time, plus certain elements of the democratic, anti-fascist bourgeoisie. The French, however, had left the conception of the party intact. Thorez had, to be sure, transformed the party's atmosphere and practices, in opposition to Barb's and Sellers' group and its sectarianism. 120 And the period of class against class, 121 But not the conception of the party. It remained a party of the Bolshevik type. Togliatti changed the conception of the party as well as its line. Why? The reason is relatively simple: Italian fascism. The victory of the fascist party, which had succeeded in creating a real mass basis for itself after all but wiping out the workers' organizations and massacring their militants, called for an ad hoc reply. Togliatti's position was that it was necessary to change the character of the Communist Party, making it into a mass party, no more cadres, even no more vanguard, and to agitate wherever the masses were to be found, in the fascist trade unions in particular. This led to different forms of recruitment and different organizational forms, with a different line, winning over the fascists, the low-level fascist cadres and, simultaneously, the Catholics and so on, a displacement in the direction of a mass party with hegemonic objectives even before the dictatorship of the proletariat. This explains the strange Italian conception of hegemony according to Gramsci. Hegemonic goals, electoral, cultural and in the trade unions, with politics resulting naturally, in some sort, from the synthesis of these objectives, none of which are such as to put the accent, as Lenin did, on introducing the party into the very heart of the class struggle, in the factories. This hegemonic politics produced impressive results, as Chiretti proudly says, but they were Pyrrhic victories. 122-1. The Italian Communist Party is the leading Western party, number of members, but an Italian party member is a special, hegemonic kind of member. 2. Electoral results, but they have their own buffer. 123-3. Some big cities in the north are governed by communists, regional governments are in the communists' hands, trade unions as well and, above all, cooperatives and so on. And 4. Privileged relations, albeit with ups and downs, with intellectuals and with Catholics. The paradox of this hegemonic line and organization is that, using the above-mentioned means, it exercises hegemony over the middle strata and cultural circles, the church, the intellectuals, on behalf, obviously, of the proletariat and poor peasants. However, the peculiar feature of this hegemony exercised on behalf of the proletariat is that it all but neglects the proletariat itself, which no longer has a political organization in the workplace, where it is exploited, and also neglects the poor peasants, who, as Chiretti himself says, have been partly abandoned. 124 In sum, the party, in which there are a great many intellectuals, not all of whom have Togliatti's class, exercises proletarian hegemony over the middle strata and cultural circles by means of the arrangements we have seen. It exercises it, however, in the proletariat's name, on a proxy that the party's intellectuals assign themselves, in the proletariat's absence, its political absence. The proletariat is organized in the trade unions. This explains the union's compensatory tendency to adopt political objectives, with a blessing provided by the grand memory of Gramsci's factory councils in Turin. It is, however, glaringly obvious that Togliatti's line is of the nature of a historical parry. What Togliatti conceived of made sense only for an Italy that was occupied and dominated by fascism, by fascist hegemony. To fascist hegemony, Togliatti had to oppose the line of proletarian hegemony. He also had, however, to adapt to the conditions of fascist hegemony. He had to fight on the enemy's terrain. It is no accident that the question of the unions is at the center of everything. The fascists had conquered and transformed the unions. Togliatti's stroke of genius was to say, we have to struggle inside the fascist unions. He pursued the same inspiration everywhere. Togliatti's line, the line of proletarian hegemony, a concept which, in Lenin, means no more than that the proletariat should exercise political leadership over its allies. 125 was a counterline, in the sense in which a destroyer that is designed to destroy torpedo boats is itself a torpedo boat, un contra-torpillere est un torpillere, defined on the basis of the accomplished fact of fascist hegemony in Italy, and the forms and sites of fascist hegemony. From this there flows a conception of the party designed to oppose it to the line of fascist hegemony and to bring about this proletarian hegemony, which is in reality hardly proletarian and not hegemonic in the sense that Togliatti gave the word, for he believed that there was a continuity between this hegemony of the proletariat over its allies on the one hand and the hegemony that comes after the seizure of state power, and that it was the same hegemony. Not true. The upshot is that the organizational forms and, above all, the line of a party such as the Italian party have been determined by the political avatars of a class struggle dominated by the forms of fascist imperialism. One could find no better differential illustration, with respect to the forms of imperialism and the local events precipitated by it, than the difference between the French party and the Italian party. These differences are merely the differential effects of the forms in which imperialism has been realized in two countries that are as similar, yet, at the same time, as different as France and Italy. Moreover, None of this can be understood except in relation to the consequences of the First Imperialist War. France was victorious, and it oppressed and exploited Germany, whereas Italy, exhausted by its war, in which it had gained merely a formal victory, paid for the others. It was the weak point in the imperialist chain and fascism's first strong point, not by accident. Thus the question that obviously arises is to settle accounts with this past now, and see where we stand. It would be absurd to pursue a politics that was fixed and seemingly fascinated by the transitory conditions of struggle imposed by the forms in which imperialism, fascist or not, was realized before imperialist war II, or during it or after it. Of course, it takes quite some time to constitute a political party, and there can be no question of putting everything back on the drawing board at every imperialist turning point here and there. It is precisely one of the truths of the polycentrism too loudly proclaimed by Togliatti and his comrades to put the accent on the fact that, since the forms in which imperialism has been realized are different in the different imperialist nations, 126, the basis for them, a very great inequality of development, which can go in both senses, depending on whether the link in the chain is weak or not. It can be belated or, on the contrary, premature. While we're on the subject, what is the theoretical basis for inequality of development? Lenin does not say. But the answer is nevertheless to be found in what Marx says of the contradictory, unequal process of realization of the law of the fall in the rate of profit. 127 The forms of organization, decision-making and so on should also be different, hence endowed with autonomy. Polycentrism is one of the political effects imperialism has on the international working class, and one of its victories. This does not mean that we should oppose it. It is a necessary evil which has its good sides, counting on your own strength or, to a certain extent, a decline in the domination of the USSR, 128. But we should also be aware of what it costs us. No more international. That too is an effect of imperialism in its present-day development. All that has to be re-examined. If it is not, and everyone just marches down the path opened up by his own past, with disdain for his neighbor and without knowing why he has struck down his path, we are in danger of making foolish mistakes. The pure essence we are going to be discussing imperialism here, not in this or that minor manifestation, but the way Marx discussed the capitalist mode of production in Capital, in its inner essence, Kerngestalt, central configuration, internal structure 129 and so on. In short, in its ideal average. 130 The meaning of these terms that Marx never stops repeating in the course of his work has not always been understood. It has not always been understood why he was at such pains to warn his readers that he was only discussing this inner essence or only discussing phenomena in their pure form, not in concrete detail. It has been the less well understood in that Marx plainly talks about real phenomena, such as profit, rent, interest and wages in Capital Volume 3, where he says that we are finally going to turn back to concrete phenomena in their concrete character, as they present themselves on the surface of things. 131 Frequently invoking concrete examples into the bargain, for instance, the working day, the factory laws, English workers' conditions of exploitation, the cotton crisis of the 1860s and so on. Yet Marx does nothing other than what any scientist does. He isolates the mechanism that he has succeeded in identifying as essential. He isolates it from all details that might alter its course in an accidental, not an essential way. And he analyzes the phenomenon in its pure form. Just like the physicist who analyzes the law of falling bodies, to take a simple example, he ignores everything that does not concern the phenomenon in its pure form, friction and so on. He thus creates the conditions for true scientific experimentation. The fact that it is purely conceptual experimentation changes nothing here. It is indeed an experiment in which the scientist Marx allows the elements to vary after isolating them as pertinent. Marx and history. When we read Marx, we have a very strange impression, similar to the one we have in reading a few rare authors such as Machiavelli or Freud. The impression of finding ourselves confronted with texts, theoretical and abstract though they may be, whose status does not come under the usual categories, texts that are always to one side of the place they occupy, texts lacking an inner center, texts which are rigorous, yet seem to be dismembered. Texts that designate a space different from their own. Capital, for example. A theoretical, systematic text, yet an unfinished, inachieve one, in every sense of the word, not only because both Volume 2 and Volume 3 are just fragments by Marx that Engels and, Volume 4, 1 Kautsky put together, but because it supposes a culmination, achievement that is other than theoretical. An outside in which theory would be pursued by other means. Marx reveals the reason for this strangeness to us in 2 or 3 clear texts in which he expressly gives his theoretical position the form of a typography. For example, the preface to the contribution expounds the idea that every social formation is so constituted as to contain an economic infrastructure, basis or structure in German, and a political and ideological superstructure, Überbau in German. Point 2. Thus the typography is presented by means of the metaphor of a building in which the stories of the superstructure rest on an economic basis. We do not know many theories that take the form of a typography besides Marx and Freud. What does this typography mean in Marx? 1. It points to a distinction in every social formation, society, between the economic base and the political and ideological superstructure. Thus it brings out distinct levels of reality and distinct realities, the economic, the legal political and the ideological. 2. This distinction, however, is much more than a simple distinction between realities, it points to degrees of efficacy within a unity. It designates the base as the determination in the last instance of the social formation and, within this overall determination, it designates the reciprocal determination and renter of the base by the superstructure. Philosophically, determination in the last instance by the base, by economic production, attests Marx's materialist position. This materialist determination, however, is not mechanistic. For the indication the last instance presupposes the existence of other instances, which can also determine in their order, and therefore presupposes the existence of a play of determination and indetermination. This play is the dialectic. Hence determination in the last instance does not exhaust all determination, on the contrary, it determines the play of the other determinations by prohibiting them from operating, successor in a void, the idealist omnipotence of politics, ideas and so on. This point is very important for an understanding of Marx's dialectical position. The dialectic is the play that the last instance opens up between itself and the other instances, but this dialectic is materialist, it is not played out up in the air, it is played out in the play opened up by the last instance, which is material. In the typography, therefore, Marx inscribes his materialist and dialectical position. 3. But that is not all. In its form, the typography is something other than a description of distinct realities, something other than a prescription of the forms of determination. It is also a register of inscription, tableau d'inscription, and thus a positioning mirror for the one who states it and the one who sees it. Point 3. By presenting his theory as a typography, by affirming that every society is so constituted as to contain a base as well as a legal, political and an ideological superstructure, and by affirming that the base is determinant in the last instance, Marx inscribes himself, his theory, somewhere in the typography, and simultaneously inscribes every future reader in it. This is the ultimate effect of the Marxist typography. It resides in the play or even the contradiction between the efficacy of a given level on the one hand and the virtual position of an interlocutor in the typography. Concretely, this means that the play of the typography becomes, by virtue of this contradiction, an interpellation, a call to practice. The theory's internal dispositive, insofar as it is unbalanced, induces a disposition to practice that continues the theory by other means. This is what lends Marxist theory its strangeness and what is responsible for the fact that it is necessarily unfinished, not like an ordinary science, which is unfinished only in its theoretical order, but in a different way. In other words, Marxist theory is haunted, in its theoretical dispositive itself, by a certain relationship to practice, which is at once an existing practice and a practice to be transformed, politics. It seems that we can say the same thing about psychoanalytical theory, albeit in different terms. It too seems to be haunted in its theory by a certain relationship to practice, the cure. The fact that Freud had to think his theory in the form of a typography may well correspond to this obscure necessity. That said, let us try to go a little further. What is Marx's contribution? What did he discover? He himself says, in the preface to Capital, that he proposes to make an analysis, another term that suggests a comparison with Freud. Marx glories in the fact that he introduced the analytical method into political economy, for an analysis of the capitalist mode of production. In fact, his whole oeuvre is centered on this object, to which he is the first to have given its name of mode of production. In Capital, however, Marx also makes excursions into pre-capitalist modes of production, and he also discusses, albeit very briefly, not wanting to write, recipes for the cook-shops of the future communist mode of production. 5. In the preface to the contribution, he even sketches a kind of periodization of history in which the primitive communist, slave-based, feudal and capitalist 6 modes of production succeed each other. 7. Thus while Marx strictly limits himself to analyzing the capitalist mode of production, he nevertheless considers past history as well and does not hesitate to write about history in the making, French history, the 18th Brumaire and so on, the history of England, Ireland, the USA, India and so on. Marx thus has a certain idea of history, not just a theory of the capitalist mode of production. He had already announced this idea in a famous sentence in the Manifesto, "All history down to our day is the history of class struggle." To invest this sentence with substance and meaning, it would seem to be enough to combine, rapprocher it with the succession of modes of production 8. Yet things are not so simple. For this combination, rapprochement can give rise to several different interpretations. One may say, for example, that the class struggle is the driving force of history and that, thanks to the class struggle, that negativity, history progresses from one mode of production to the next until it reaches its end, the abolition of classes and the class struggle. For each mode of production contains in itself, potentially, the following mode of production. In that case, one develops a Hegelian conception of dialectical development or an evolutionist conception of necessary stages. In short, one comes up with a philosophy of history in which history is an entity, a subject, endowed with a goal, a telos, that it pursues from its origins, by way of exploitation and class struggle. In a conception of this kind, history always has a sense, in the two senses of the French word, a goal and a meaning. This conception is not Marx's. If there are ruses in history, ruses and mockeries, there is no ruse of history. If there are goals meanings in history, there is no goal meaning of history. This distinction between the in and the of is sometimes very hard to maintain. It is sometimes very hard to keep from confusing a tendency currently dominant in history with the goal meaning of history. The integrity of Marx's materialism, however, comes at the price of this distinction. For Marx was able to write Capital only on condition of breaking with every philosophy of history, and also with every philosophical theory claiming to account exhaustively for the totality of observable phenomena in human history. To understand this, we have to form an idea of what his position is and how he regards it. We have to imagine Marx ensconced, I would say hidden away, the old mole that is his foible, 9 squarely in the middle of the capitalist 19th century, and aware of it, and having attained an awareness of what capitalism means. This particular Marx, confined to the horizon of what he can know, and nothing more, straightforwardly writes, what is called historical development rests, in general, on the fact that the latest form regards the earlier ones as stages leading towards itself. 10. The representation of history is therefore spontaneously haunted by an extraordinary illusion, that past forms were destined to produce the present. Since the present is the result of a past, 11. The present imagines that it was the goal of the past. And Marx adds, and as this latest form was only rarely, and under quite definite conditions, capable of self-criticism, it conceives them in a one-sided manner. To succeed in escaping from the teleological illusion and its effects, the latest form must be capable of producing its self-criticism, that is, of seeing itself clearly. The self-criticism of bourgeois society, as Marx puts it, may then make it possible to understand the feudal, ancient and oriental societies. 1. To this self-criticism of bourgeois society is Capital, which was to a large extent written in 1857 to 1859. Armed with this knowledge, Marx could leave his hole and broach the strange thing known as history. Marx's critique of the teleological illusion leads him to refuse to project as such, onto past societies, the categories that explain present-day society. 13. Depending on the case, some present-day categories are partially or totally absent in a given past social formation and, when they are present, they are as a rule displaced and play a different role. Even when it is similar, it is only such cum grano salis. 14. This history, however, presupposes the existence of a certain past, which can in its turn be considered the goal of its own prehistory. The teleological illusion of history has to be pursued to its last refuge. Marx's little sentence is well known. The anatomy of man is a key to the anatomy of the ape. 15. It means, assuming it has been factually established that man is descended of the ape, that man results from the ape. It is not, contrary to every evolutionism, the anatomy of the ape that will give us the anatomy of man, but the anatomy of man that will give us a key, and only one key, to the anatomy of the ape. To refer to a famous phrase of Hegel's, who insisted that one should never present the result without its becoming. 16. But who held that the becoming of the result already contained the result in itself, Marx would say, every result is plainly the result of a becoming, but its becoming does not contain that result in itself. In other words, if the result is clearly the necessary result of a becoming, the becoming that produced this result does not take the form of a telos. That is why the latest form cannot consider the earlier ones as stages leading towards its degree of development. 17. This last idea leads us 18 to what I would call a counter-history, a negative history, as the ground and incidental costs of positive history. History as it is commonly conceived is the history of results as stages in the becoming of the currently existing form, the history of the results retained by history. It is not the history of the non-results, of becomings without results and results without becoming, of abortive forms, repressed forms, dead forms, in short, of failures, not the failures that history retains, but the failures it does not. Official history, written in our Western tradition by and for the dominant class, is the history of a domination which crushes the other history, that of the shades and the dead. Yet history always advances by its bad side, Marx wrote in The Poverty of Philosophy. 19. With that, He breathed life into an entire repressed history. He revealed a becoming that had been without result until then, that of the exploited and oppressed masses, always good for all the drudgery and all the massacres. 20. The bad side. But, with that, Marx opened the vast field of non-history in all its forms, that of societies that have disappeared forever, results without becoming, that of miscarriages, capitalism in the 14th century northern Italian cities in the Po Valley, that of antediluvian existences, that of survivals, that of premature revolutions and many more histories in which oppression, repression, and forgetting vie with failure. It is by combining the history of results and this repressed counter-history that Marx succeeds in thinking history differently, without resort to the categories of teleology and contingency. 21. I shall, from a certain angle, try to answer the following question: under what conditions is there human history? Or again, how is history rooted in a human group, in a social formation? 22. For Marx, who does not raise the question of prehistoric anthropology, man is a social animal distinguished by the fact that he produces his conditions of material existence. Kant had already said that man is an animal who works. 23. And Franklin before him had said that man is a tool-making animal. 24. Marx cites Franklin in Capital. 25. Man makes tools in order to produce his means of subsistence, in order to wrest them from nature by his labor. He does not, however, labor in solitude. There is a division of labor even in the most primitive groups, hence forms of cooperation and forms of organization of labor. Thus a human group or social formation produces its subsistence. If such and such a group exists, it is because it has succeeded in reproducing itself down to the present. That is the point on which everything turns. For this group has reproduced itself not just biologically, but also socially, by reproducing the conditions of production of its means of subsistence. In other words, behind production, which is visible and leads Franklin to say that man is a tool-making animal, behind the dialectic of labor exalted by Hegel, Marx points, after the physiocrats, to a silent process which commands the first and is invisible, the reproduction of the conditions of production. From a practical standpoint, this means, first, that production has to include a material excess, a surplus product, and not just any surplus, but a defined surplus that makes it possible to reproduce the elements of the process of production after each of its cycles, extra tools to replace those that have worn out, extra wheat for use as seed and so on. In short, an excess that is a determinate reserve for ensuring the reproduction of the material conditions of production. Everyone knows that, for centuries, war was one means of ensuring this reproduction, war for land, slaves and so on. If these conditions are not secured by reproduction, the social formation declines and perishes. Where there is no continuity in existence, there is no history. If, in biology, to exist is, for a species, to reproduce itself, to exist in history is to reproduce the material and social conditions of production. For the social conditions must also be reproduced, not just the material conditions, tools, seed, labor power. The social division and the forms of cooperation must be reproduced, and this presupposes an entire political and ideological superstructure capable of ensuring the reproduction of functions and their coordination in production. This can be seen in primitive societies in which myths and a society's priests played the role of regulating the social conditions of reproduction by sanctioning the division of labor, kinship relations, the rhythms and therefore the organization of tasks and so on. Marx decrypted all of this, which has become familiar to us, in his analysis of the capitalist mode of production. It can, of course, be applied to pre-capitalist formations only cum grano salis. This unity of production and reproduction, however, and the superstructure effect as a condition of social reproduction, are essential to Marx's idea of history, as is the distinction that he makes, early in Of Capital Volume 1, between simple reproduction, on the same basis, and reproduction on an increasing scale. On an expanded basis. There is no simple reproduction in the capitalist mode of production, which, however, reveals that it is possible. And it is no accident that Marx insists on the historical existence of stagnant societies that ensure their reproduction within the narrow limits of their previous production, that he insists on the historical ceiling attained by pre-capitalist societies. Unlike them, capitalism is inexorably subject to expanded reproduction and to expansion across the globe. Several conclusions can be drawn from this view of history. 1. We can understand the fact, pointed out above, that some societies completely disappear. This happens when certain conditions for their reproduction are wanting for one reason or another. We can also understand that certain social formations aborted, such as the first forms of capitalism in northern Italy. The absence of national unity equals the absence of a sufficiently large market. 2. We can understand that in the societies that have existed, history did not have the same pace, the same rhythm, the same times. That there have been stagnant societies, others that have come to a standstill after a progression, and still others destined to develop at a breathless pace. 3. Finally, we can understand the role of the superstructure, indicated in the Marxist typography. The function of the superstructure, the state and law, politics, ideology and all the works that are sustained by ideology is to contribute to the reproduction 26 of the social forms of production and, in class societies, to the reproduction of the social and ideological forms of the division into classes. We can understand at the same time, however, that the superstructure assumes and covers class violence only by sanctioning it by means of ideology, divine authority, the general interest, reason or truth. Material and social reproduction takes the form of the eternity of ideological values, of which politicians are no longer anything but representatives. That is why, until Marx, history comes down to, and is reduced to, the superstructure. That is why there is an official history only of the superstructure, of great politicians, scientists, philosophers, artists and writers, in short, a one-sided history, as Marx puts it. 27 A history which fails to penetrate the depths of the material and social conditions of production and reproduction. A history that does not arrive at determination in the last instance. We can, however, draw another conclusion from this view, one bearing on the capitalist mode of production. We have already noticed that history is not homogeneous for Marx, thanks to his remark that not just any social form has the capacity to produce its self-criticism, and thanks to his concern to avoid the spontaneous teleological illusion of history. Only societies in which the capitalist mode of production holds sway are capable of this. The reason is that the capitalist mode of production is not like the others, but unique in its order. It is distinguished by the organic feature, inscribed in its structure, valorization of value, production of surplus value, of reproducing itself on a constantly increasing basis, corresponding to its tendency to increase, deepen and extend the exploitation of waged labor power without respite. I cannot go into the details here, but we can picture things schematically as follows. In a certain way, all pre-capitalist modes of production have an open or lacunary structure, whereas the capitalist mode of production is marked by its closed structure. What ensures the closure of the capitalist mode of production is what Marx often calls the generalization of commodity relations, which is responsible not just for the fact that all products are produced as commodities, but also for the fact that labor power itself becomes a commodity. In the pre-capitalist modes of production, commodities certainly existed, products which were sold as commodities, but they were not produced as commodities and labor power was not a commodity. Hence an opening continued to exist, a play whereby the lord exploited for his enjoyment, not to accumulate capital, while the serf could lead his own life, within certain limits and on the condition of certain forms of servitude. With the capitalist mode of production, labor power becomes a commodity and the lord and master becomes a capitalist who exploits labor power in order to accumulate capital. There is no possible escape from the relentless law of exploitation, the basis for the capitalist class struggle. No escape from the intensification of exploitation and the domination of the world. The destiny of the capitalist mode of production is a gigantic flight to the front. It is plunged into crises that are, for it, so many solutions obtained at the expense of the exploited, and it is subject to an antagonistic tendential law. It must keep increasing concentration and accumulation, while simultaneously educating the exploited masses and increasingly forcing them into class struggle, and also inciting colonized zones to seek their liberation. And it must live in this mortal contradiction until death ensues. For Marx, this tendency is irresistible. Imperialism is the last form that it takes, the union of industrial and bank capital in the form of financial capital, the capital market's domination of the market for commodities on a global scale. A struggle between monopolies to divide up the world that culminates in imperialist war and so on. However, this irresistible tendency is not a fatality containing its solution in advance, without alternatives. Engels's phrase is well known. Socialism or barbarism. 28 The history that we have experienced invests this double exit with all its meaning. We can experience the irresistible tendency of imperialism in the forms of stagnation, Lenin, and barbarism, Engels, of which fascism gave us a preliminary idea. And this can last for a long time yet, for the characteristic feature of capitalism was already, and the characteristic feature of imperialism still is, an extraordinary capacity to transform its historic crises into historic cures, either to ensconce itself in the crisis, as in fascism or other, veiled forms of it, or to emerge from it, as in 1929, but by way of World War. The fact remains that in both world wars, 1914 to 1918 or 1939 to 1945, the imperialist world was only able to emerge from its crisis each time by paying the price of one or several socialist revolutions. For the alternative to barbarism can be socialism. For what is inscribed in imperialism's irresistible tendency is, indissolubly, at the same time as increasing exploitation and its extension on a global scale, the exacerbation of class struggle. It is on this basis that it is possible to organize the workers' class struggle for the seizure of power and for socialism. Of course, there must be organizations of the workers' class struggle and they must know how to take up their place in the contradictions of imperialism at the Archimedean point, the one that makes it possible, not to move the world, but to change it. 29. May 5, 1975 On history. Contrary to what Hegel, Engels and Stalin thought, but in conformity with what Marx thought, despite a few slips, there are no laws of history. There is an individual and social historical necessity whose scientific theory can be elaborated. Marx's concepts of historical materialism and the materialism of the aleatory are proof of this. If there are no laws in history, there are lessons of history, but these lessons are themselves aleatory, for the same situation, the same conjuncture, Machiavelli, Spinoza, Marx, Lenin, Mao, Wittgenstein, Derrida, the same case, Machiavelli, Spinoza, Stirner, Bakunin, Lenin, Mao and so on, is never reproduced one that is. Why Popper, the darling of Western epistemology, is right and wrong at the same time. He is right when he recognizes that the human sciences do not proceed from irrelevant laws the way physics does. He is right to say that every verification must be falsifiable, although he has a Kantian idealist tendency to formulate the conditions of the falsifiability of a statement a priori. But he is wrong about the following points. 1. There can be no epistemology as a science of science, as a theory of theoretical practice, or science of the sciences. 2. There exists only a history of the sciences and the epistemological ideology which they produce, under the domination of which that history is produced. 3. That history, like any history, does not obey laws. We do, however, observe invariants in it, Levi-Strauss, as well as their singular variations, Machiavelli, Spinoza, Freud. The theory of psychoanalytical or historical invariance, like the theory of topographical figures of the singular unconscious, like the theory of individual and social history, too can be, if it is taken seriously, a falsifiable scientific theory. 4. Thus Popper is wrong to deny history, psychoanalysis and the theory of the class struggle all scientific value. He does so because he is obsessed by the model of Galilean physics. Yet Heidegger denounced, and rightly, the exploitation of Galilean science by modern technology. Derrida has done even better, producing a theory of aleatory materialist writing in his theory of the trace and the margins. 3. To be sure, the human sciences, political economy, psychoanalysis, sociology, were, in their beginnings, theoretical formations of bourgeois ideology. 4. However, since Kant and Durkheim, and above all Marx, Lenin and Mao, they have changed profoundly. Today, French and Soviet historians, Anglo-Saxon ethnologists and French philosophers are in the vanguard. Read, Raphael Pividal, Le Capitaine Nemo et la Science. J. Axbouvresse, Minute. Soissy, July 6, 1986. Notes. Note on the text. 1.